After Udonjan processed the data for on-site review and reached an agreement on the data on production facilities and on-site funds with the project manager, she formed a new and improved fund plan. Udonjan came to Zhang Yunqinghui to report, the new funding plan has been completed. The company has urged the project department to submit the funding plan many times. However, due to constant adjustments to the data, it has been delayed and has not been submitted. What should I do now? What about Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yunqing quickly read the completed capital plan sent by Udonjan and asked, does it need to be discussed by the project department at another meeting of the capital plan? Have you asked the project manager Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou? Udonjan agreed. President Zhou said that everyone involved needs to sign, but it doesn't matter if everyone is informed. Zhang Yunqing arranged, okay, then you should first send the electronic version of the capital plan to Su Dequai of the business department for use, and then print it out as soon as possible and ask the people in the project department to sign it and send it back to the business department. Udonjan asked, I'll go print it out and find someone to sign it right away. But who is Su Dequai? Zhang Yunqing said, Su Dequai was the one who originally managed the capital plan. What's wrong? It's not Su Dequai who has been urging you to get the capital plan these days. Udonjan replied, it's not Su Dequai, it's the forest worker. After Zhang Yunqing heard this, he had no reaction and just motioned to Udonjan to deal with his capital plan. After Zhang Yunqing and others left, they called Su Dequai. After the two chatted for a while, Zhang Yunqing expressed his incomprehension that Su Dequai left Western Construction Company so quickly. Su Dequai explained that he originally came from a large state-owned enterprise. At that time, he was just a soldier on the project, and his salary was relatively low. His job was in engineering management. I always want to find a better company, a higher position, and better wages. It just so happened that during the interview process with Western Construction, I learned that my future position would be a financial manager. According to the understanding of the original project department, the manager was already a veritable manager, not to mention the salary offered. It was higher than the ordinary manager-level personnel working on the project at that time. Therefore, at that time, I thought that the fund manager position offered by Western Construction should be enough. But after coming to work for a few days, I felt more and more uncomfortable. This job felt that it had little to do with on-site project management. I thought that ordinary clerks could do it, and they only needed to be responsible for uploading and issuing tasks. Just work. I have neither the right to pay less to anyone nor the right to pay more to anyone. The capital plan table that my job is very concerned about the project department has no practical effect at all. On the contrary, when the project wants a payment amount of 10 million, the company can often only give 5 to 6 million. Su Dequai has been scolded by many project managers just for this matter. What's even more outrageous is that the consciousness of the production vice president of some areas is not high, and he doesn't understand that the company will call him to scold him. Once someone got tired of scolding him, so he yelled back and told the other person, "What's the use of just scolding me?" In fact, the amount that this capital plan can give you can be adjusted appropriately by the two CEOs, Mr. Hua by Manhwa and Mr. Song Ziyuan. Why don't you look for them more, or if they don't give you more money, you can also scold them as hard as you can. After listening to the method Su Dequai told him, the other party didn't reply for a long time, and finally hung up the phone silently. Su Dequai told Zhang Yunqing that there would be no room for advancement in the position of fund manager. No matter how great the performance of the project department or business department was, it had nothing to do with that position. If you do this, you won't be able to see where there is hope for the future, and the longer you work, the more disappointed you will be. Finally, as a last resort, I entrusted an acquaintance and friend to find a construction company in my hometown to do the on-site management of the project honestly. Zhang Yunqing and Su Dequai chatted on the phone for a long time. Zhang Yunqing himself believed that the difference between his job position and Su Dequai's was quite large, and the room for improvement was not small. Relatively speaking, it was quite promising. At the same time, He also felt that in his heart encourage yourself to work hard and achieve results, and one day you will be appreciated and promoted by your leaders. When Zhang Yunqing ended the phone communication with Su Dequai, Yu Dongjin came to ask Zhang Yunqing to sign the capital plan. Zhang Yunqing told Yu Dongjin while signing, "I just called Su Dequai. This guy is not very satisfied with the position of fund manager given by the company and has returned to his hometown to work. In the future, we will have no acquaintances to take care of us in terms of capital planning. You need to be more careful when making a financial plan." Yu Dongjin agreed, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will be particularly careful about this capital plan in the future." Yu Dongjin took the capital plan signed by Zhang Yunqing to Zhao Manfu for signature, and then returned to her workstation. Yu Dongjin scanned and sent the signed version of the fund plan document to Lin Yiping in the business department, and called Lin Yiping to ask her to review it. After Lin Yiping read Yu Dongjin's fund plan document, she called Yu Dongjin again and asked various questions, which made Yu Dongjin's forehead covered with thin beads of sweat, for fear that she would answer something wrong, which brings trouble to the project department's fund plan review work. After Lin Yiping finally finished asking, she expressed that she had no objection to the funding plan. Then Lin Yiping went to Hua Baibai and Song Ziyuan to sign their names respectively. After Lin Yiping put together the fund plans of each project department that had been signed by the business, she took them to the finance department to find the leaders of the finance department to sign for confirmation. When the sign came to Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center, Feng Shirlan waved her pen and expressed her agreement to pay the 5 business divisions have 50 million funds. After Lin Yiping saw this signature, she was dumbfounded on the spot and asked Feng Shirlan weakly, "Mr. Feng, the cumulative amount of the fund plan applied by all the project departments of our 5th business unit together is 110 million. What about your batch? How should our project department divide the 50 million quota?" Feng Shirlan replied confidently, "This matter was confirmed by the senior executives after a meeting. Mr. Song, the president of your business unit, didn't say anything at the time. If you have any questions, you should go back to the business department to resolve it yourself." After Lin Yiping said, "Oh," she silently turned around and left the office of Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center. Lin Yiping returned to the 5th division with Feng Shirlan's signature and did not dare to go to President Song Ziyuan. However, Lin Yiping came to Hua Bainian's office rather uneasily and reported to Hua Bainian the signature of Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center, on the fund plan. After Hua Baibai listened to Lin Yiping's report on the signing of the capital plan, Wu Minghuo came up and asked angrily, "How can the project department be able to carry out the project if the finance center cuts the capital plan like this?" Lin Yiping stood in front of Hua Baiyan's desk, lowered her head, and listened quietly to Hua Baiyan's rage. She was afraid that she would attract Hua Baiyan's attention and draw her anger to herself, so she didn't dare to express her anger. Quite embarrassed. After spending 100 years getting angry, he arranged for Lin Yiping to follow him to find Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit. After the two arrived at Song Ziyuan's office, Song Ziyuan greeted them and sat down and asked gently, "Baiwen, what's wrong? What made you blush and have a thick neck?" Hua Baibai pointed out to Song Ziyuan the amount of the capital plan signed by Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center, and reported, "Mr. Song, I have repeatedly informed the business personnel about the capital plan of the project department this time. If you are able to misreport or over-report data, you must check the completed output value of the supplier. Therefore, the amount of the capital plan this time is relatively accurate. Now Finance Manager Feng has cut us 50% in one fell swoop. There is a large amount of funding plan. How can we communicate with the project department well with this kind of data?" Song Ziyuan asked, "Did Mr. Feng, the finance manager that Xiao Lin went to find the signature?" Lin Yiping agreed softly, "Yes." Song Ziyuan continued to ask Lin Yiping, "When finance manager Feng signed like this, did she explain the reason?" Lin Yiping replied, "Mr. Song, Mr. Feng didn't explain the reason, but she mentioned it and said that when the executive meeting was held, Mr. Song knew the financial situation. Song Ziyuan replied, I know, but during the meeting, I expressed my objection on the spot. Now they are suddenly doing something to determine expenditures based on revenue. The reason why this is unreasonable is that he did not put a projects are viewed separately on a timeline, but based on business units. How much you collected last month can only be paid next month, and you cannot exceed it. Hua Baibai answered the conversation and discussed, Mr. Song, if we want to use business units as units, then should we calculate how much the business units have received and paid this year, instead of just focusing on last month's collection amount? Execution. Last month, our business department only recovered 70 million project funds, but this year we have recovered a total of 300 million project funds, and the payment for the next is only 200 million. If according to this algorithm, our business department will pay for the next month, the payment can reach 100 million, not 50 million at all. Song Ziyuan replied, that's the truth. What do you want to do now? Hua Baibai replied, Mr. Song, I want to go to the financial center to discuss it. Otherwise, if they keep doing this, no matter how much money our business department collects in the future, we won't be able to use it, and our business department's projects will become impossible to do. Moving project. Song Ziyuan replied, if you want to talk to Mr. Fong, you should have a correct attitude, be polite, be humble, and don't intensify the conflict. After all, the company also has actual difficulties in funding now, and we still need to understand. By the way, you can go alone. If there is someone in Mr. Feng's office, be sure to wait and report to her alone when she is alone, otherwise conflicts may easily arise. Hua Baibai replied, Mr. Song, I remember, then I will go find her now. After Hua Baibai and Lin Yiping came out of Song Ziyuan's office, Lin Yiping went back to her workstation, while Hua Baibai took a break in the aisle to calm down part of her anger. Then he walked slowly to the office of Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center. When I arrived at the door of Feng Shirlan's office, I saw several people waiting in line to sign. So I found a stool and sat there waiting. After waiting for almost an hour, Feng Shirlan saw the guests out of the office door. After seeing off the guests, Feng Shirlan took the initiative to say hello to Hua Baibai, Mr. Hua, are you looking for me? I've kept you waiting for a long time, why don't you come in first? After Hua Baibai followed Feng Shirlan into the office, he closed the office door. Feng Shirlan smiled and asked Hua Baibai to sit down and said, Mr. Hua, please sit down. How long have you been waiting for me at the door? Hua Baibai agreed insincerely, Mr. Feng, I was lucky enough to see you just after I arrived. Feng Shirlan replied half-jokingly, Mr. Hua, I know you are a busy man. If you come to see me again in the future, please let me know in advance and don't delay for too long, which will affect your work. Hua Baibai responded, okay. I understand. The reason why I came to report to Mr. Feng this time is because Mr. Feng only approved the amount of 50 million for our 5th business unit's capital plan this time, which is too little. I also ask Mr. Feng to give more support to the work of the 5th business unit, and hope that more quotas can be approved. The reason is that our 5th business unit has received 300 million in repayments this year, and only paid 200 million to the next, so I think the 5th business unit will there is no big problem with the total planned funding limit of 110 million reported this time. Of course, it can definitely be cut a little bit. But it definitely cannot be cut as much as 60 million, which is more than half of the limit. If we do this, the projects of the 5th division will be killed and will not be able to operate normally. Feng Shirlan replied, Mr. Hua, on the surface it seems that the 5th business unit has created a net cash flow of 100 million for the company, but these data do not include employees' wages, bonus reimbursement expenses, nor the company's rent, water and electricity bills, property management fees, amortization fees for public sector wages and bonuses, etc. If you count these, the 300 million you have returned will not have 100 million left for finance to pay to the supply. We will pay these costs. Temporarily calculating based on the ratio of 20%, the 300 million you have returned is only 240 million. You have already paid 200 million to the next, and the actual payment to your business department is only 0.40 billion. So, I decided to give you 50 million after repeated consideration. Judging by the standard of revenue and expenditure, not only did I not pay your business department less for the project, but I also paid your business department 10 million more for the project. Payment. After listening to Hua Baibai, he felt like a mirror in his mind. He understood that Feng Shirlan, the person in charge of the finance center, was right. But once he accepted it, there would be no chance to ask for more money. Without money, the project could not be completed, so why not carry out vicious activities? Is it a cycle? After spending 100 years thinking quickly, I decided to pretend to be stupid, and based on the principle of getting more money, I couldn't watch the finance department kill the project department of my business department. So Hua Baibai looked confused and reported to Feng Shilanhui, "Mr. Feng, you talk too much about professional knowledge and I can't understand it. Can you give me more money?" Seeing that Feng Shilan had spent so much time explaining to Hua Baibai, the man didn't seem to understand, so she said to Hua Baibai rudely, "I don't have any money, how can I give you more money?" Hua Baibai said with a wry smile, "Mr. Feng, who says that there is no money in finance, who can believe it? There must be some flexibility. There are several projects in the 5th division where I work that are rushing for work. You have cut off the economy. How can we still grab jobs? Right? Let's give another 20 million more on top of the original amount, right?" Feng Shirlan replied, "Mr. Hua, I already gave you more money. If I give you more money now, how do you want me to face other business departments?" Hua Baibai said, "Most of the projects in the 5th division are rushing for work. Is this the case in other divisions?" Feng Shirlan thought for a while and then replied, "Yeah, it's a valid reason." Hua Baibai continued, "I know what you mean is to ask everyone to increase collection efforts. The 5th business department guarantees to recover an additional 20 million. Give me an additional 20 million in the capital plan limit. Mr. Feng." Feng Shirlan replied, "Everyone is in difficulty, and I understand it, but in finance, if there is no repayment, where will there be money to support payments? The best way is to determine expenditure based on revenue, but according to the company's current situation, it can't be done. Considering that you have many projects to rush for work, let's give you an additional quota of 5 million. As for your extra payment of 20 million, I just want to hear it and don't take it seriously. In the current environment, the money back is not ideal." After hearing that Feng Shirlan had loosened up on the quota, he continued to argue, "Mr. Feng, 5 million is indeed too little. I don't want 20 million anymore. Let's increase the quota by 10 million. Just treat it as a quota for 5. The business department is rushing to support the work." After listening to Hua Baibai's words, Feng Shirlan was silent and thought for a long time. Just when Hua Baibai's mood was agitated, Feng Shirlan slowly said, "Okay, your 5th business department, let's adjust the planned amount of funds from 50 million to 60 million. The project department must be required to strengthen the payment collection work. In the future, which project department will do a good job in payment collection and which project's payment can be appropriate within the scope of the contract. The ground is looser." Hua Baibai quickly said a few thanks to Feng Shi, and then immediately took out her cell phone and called Lin Yiping, "Bring the fund plan signed and approved by President Feng to President Feng's office immediately." A minute later, Lin Yiping panted and brought the capital plan to Feng Shirlan's office. Hua Baibai took the capital plan and handed it to Feng Shirlan. Feng Shirlan made a note after 50 million, due to the rush for work, the special increase will be 10 million. The payment collection work will be strengthened in the future. After Feng Shirlan signed the document, she handed it to Hua Baibai. Hua Baibai and Lin Yiping expressed their gratitude to Feng Shirlan again and left Feng Shirlan's office. After returning to Hua Baibai's office, Lin Yiping asked for instructions. The total amount Mr. Hua has given us now is 60 million. How do we notify the project department? Hua Baibai slapped his head and asked, Xiao Lin, what do you think we should do? Lin Yiping said, it is true that the reduction is too much, but there is nothing we can do. You have to go to the person in charge of the financial center, Feng Sherlan, Mr. Feng. Let's do this. Inform the project department to have the funding plan you reported. In this case, the quota is 55 million. Compared with the 60 million quota granted to us by Mr. Feng, it is equivalent to an extra quota of 5 million. This quota can be used as a flexible quota to solve some temporary problems. Emergency question. After spending 100 years listening to Lin Yiping's report, his eyes lit up and he nodded in approval to Xiao Lin. This is a good idea. Just inform the project department according to this standard. Lin Yiping agreed, okay, I'll notify the project department. After Lin Yiping returned to her workstation, she called the business supervisor/manager of each project department in turn. The notice meant that funds were relatively tight this month, and the project department was required to strengthen the work of repayment. This month's fund plan amount is as per the quota reported by the project department has been halved, and a new funding plan is required to be resubmitted tonight. Yu Dongjin of the Nanshan project was very shocked after receiving this notice from Lin Yiping. She had an unpleasant communication with Lin Yiping on the phone on the spot. Yu Dongjin hurriedly reported this situation to Zhang Yunqing. After Zhang Yunqing heard this situation, he was also very angry, but he still suppressed his anger and arranged for Yu Dongjin. I understand. If this is the case, it will have an impact on the rush for work on the project. It's very big. You should go to the project manager Zhou Wenqing immediately and report the matter face to face. Pay attention to how he responds. If you need me to do anything, come to me in time. After Yu Dongjin said, she quickly left the office of the Ministry of Commerce and went to the office of project manager Zhou Wenqing. Yu Dongjin carefully reported to the project manager, Mr. Zhou, I just received a call from Lin Yiping, the new financial director of the business department. Project manager Zhou Wenqing was sitting on the boss's chair and spinning around, his expression looking quite leisurely and contented. Regarding Dongjin, she said, please tell me what Lin Yiping told you on the phone. Yu Dongjin took another step forward, and then said in a low voice, President Zhou, Lin Yiping said that this month's project department's capital plan will be halved, and the signed version of the document will be resubmitted tonight. With a pop sound, Zhou Wenqing, whose face was full of black lines, suddenly slipped from the rotating boss's chair to the ground. He fell really hard. It took a while before he stood up holding on to the chair. Yu Dongjin stood there dumbfounded, without any reaction. When Yu Dongjin came to her senses, she looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. She quickly covered her mouth and tried desperately to calm herself down. Zhou Wenqing stood up and kicked the boss's chair and cursed, I call you Huatsu, you don't listen to me. Then after finding his cell phone, he called Lin Yiping and asked angrily, Xiao Lin, who decided to have the amount of this month's capital plan. Lin Yiping answered cautiously, it's the person in charge of finance, Feng Sherlan, Mr. Feng. The total amount reported by our business department was 110 million. She only approved 50 million at first. Later, she spent hundreds of years to report to Mr. Feng. After a long time, I reluctantly agreed to implement the reduction in half. Zhou Wenqing yelled into the phone, I don't care. As long as we don't give you money, my project department won't be able to do it because of the rush for work. Whoever says that he can do it without giving money, let him be the project manager. I am willing to give in to others at any time. Lin Yiping could only accompany Zhou carefully and continue to persuade Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, the company's funds are tight this month. Finance Manager Feng also emphasized that as long as the project department strengthens the collection of payments, projects with large collections can be processed on top of lower payments, we will give policy preferences. After Zhou Wenqing sent an angry message to Lin Yiping on the phone, he gradually regained some sense and asked, "It is definitely impossible to implement the Nanshan project's capital plan by having it. Can you just tell me who can make adjustments?" Lin Yiping replied, "Now the entire business department is implementing this policy. No one can adjust it. Mr. Zhou, please understand." Zhou Wenqing asked without showing any signs of weakness, "Why is it impossible to adjust? Doesn't the business department have any flexible capital planning quota?" Lin Yiping heard Zhou Wenqing ask the key point at once, and knew that she could no longer fool Zhou Wenqing. In order to avoid the next violent storm falling on her head, she had to smile bitterly. "Mr. Zhou, if you must find the leader, if you want to communicate about this matter, I suggest you contact Mr. Song Ziyuan, Mr. Song." Zhou Wenqing replied, "I know." He hung up the phone and went to Zhao Manfu's office. Yu Dongjin followed Zhou Wenqing passively and also came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhou Wenqing stood in front of Zhao Manfu's desk and reported the report with dissatisfaction. "Mr. Zhao, are these fools in the company going to let this project rush to work?" Zhao Manfu was confused. He didn't know why Zhou Wenqing suddenly spoke so rudely, so he asked slightly jokingly, "There are all smart people in the company, who can be a fool? Don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. Today who made you take gunpowder? You are so angry." Zhou Wenqing replied angrily, "They didn't let me eat gunpowder at all, but fed me TNT directly." "Zhao Manfu, your TNT statement is quite new. Tell me, what kind of TNT method is it?" Zhou Wenqing smiled bitterly and said, "Drink some water first and wait a moment, lest after listening to this, it will be like plugging a detonator into my TNT and detonating it later, which may cause a safety accident." Zhao Manfu replied, "You can say it with confidence, I have been doing engineering for decades, what else can I do if I don't have this bit of concentration?" Zhou Wenqing took a few steps back with some suspicion, found a sofa with his back against the wall, sat down, and then said slowly, "Notice from the business department that this month's capital plan will be halved." Zhao Manfu endured it again and again, but in the end he couldn't hold it back anymore. He slapped the table and cursed angrily, "What the hell, how can you get a job with such little money?" Zhou Wenqing joked, "Mr. Zhao, have all your achievements over the past few decades been ruined?" Zhao Manfu replied angrily, "After working for decades, I have never encountered anyone who asked for a job. If there is no financial support, it is not considered a failure." Zhou Wenqing ignored this and asked directly, "What will the project department do next? Please give instructions to Mr. Zhao." Zhao Manfu arranged for Zhou Wenqing, "For such a serious problem, what else are there to give instructions? Please quickly inform the production manager Su Kuan and the area business manager Zhang Yunqing to come to my office immediately for a meeting to discuss." Zhou Wenqing promised, "I will notify the two of them to come over immediately." Zhou Wenqing called production manager Su Kuan and area business manager Zhang Yunqing to inform Zhao Manfu of his request, which was to go to Zhao Manfu's office immediately for an emergency meeting. After a few minutes, everyone arrived and several people sat together. Zhao Manfu arranged, "Today, who was the first to receive the notification information from the business department? Please tell me the specific situation." Yu Dongjin replied, "Mr. Zhao, I am the first to receive a notice from the business department today. Not long ago, I received a phone call from Lin Yiping, the current head of the business department's funds, requesting that the capital plan limit for this month be reduced. Half implemented. At the same time, it was also emphasized that the company's funds are relatively tight this month. I hope everyone will strengthen the payment collection work of the project department. Next month, we will give policy preference to the next payment for projects with better return. That's it." Zhao Manfu arranged, "Yu Dongjin has introduced the situation clearly to everyone. Please speak one by one. What should we do next?" The order of speeches is Yu Dongjin, Su Kuan, Zhou Wenqing, and Zhang Yunqing. Yu Dongjin said, "Mr. Zhao, I was very shocked after hearing this notice. I expressed doubts at that time, saying that if we do this, it will be difficult to complete the work of the project department. As for my opinions and methods, I still have no idea. We haven't recovered yet, so we can't talk about it. Zhao Manfu said, Yu Donjin has been frightened. Su Kuan, please tell me. Su Kuan, Mr. Zhao, this is like a bolt from the blue. It's so unexpected, so scary, and so unreasonable. If this is the case, can the project department's work rush arrangements be slowed down? In this case, the managers of our project department can also relax mentally. Zhou Wenqing continued, I don't think Su Kuan's idea of stopping is reliable. The rush to work is because the builder is rushing to work on the entire project. The size of our garden landscape is relatively small, but it is also relatively large. Importantly, how can it be possible to repair the house only when the entire garden and landscape area has not been repaired and is still in a mess? What's more, the construction company has repeatedly emphasized that if we cannot complete the work according to the construction deadline, let us not be able to complete it. The completed part of the construction content will be released, and the builder will arrange another construction team to implement it. Zhao Manfu asked, Mr. Zhou, you have said so much, what is your idea? Zhou Wenqing replied, so, Mr. Zhao, my opinion is that when our project department faces Party A, it is impossible to give us more escape routes. If the project is handed over to others, the company will definitely not agree. Then the only way our project department can do now is to ask the company for more funding plans. Only when the money is obtained can the labor team and suppliers of the project department have the money to do practical work. Otherwise, even if they are promised to us, they may not because in hand. Money is very tight and it is difficult to ensure that all promises are realized. Zhao Manfu asked, I very much agree with your opinion. How can we ask the company for money now? Zhou Wenqing said, there must be some flexible quotas for this capital plan in the business department. Lin Yiping said that we can communicate with the president of Hua Centenary Flower and President Song Ziyuan. I think I'd better give it to President Hua Centenary Flower first. Make a phone call to try, and if that doesn't work, call President Song Ziyuan again. Zhao Manfu said, it seems a bit abrupt that you are calling Hua 100 Years since he is not his direct subordinate. Why don't you ask Zhang Yunqing to call Hua 100 Years to see what Hua 100 Years' reaction is and then discuss what to do next? After Zhang Yunqing heard his name mentioned, he replied, in this case, if I directly increased the amount of the capital plan, the possibility of realizing it is almost zero. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing, why is there zero chance that you can get the increased amount of funds planned by spending hundreds of years? Zhang Yunqing replied, I went to Mr. Hua. I am his direct subordinate. No matter how difficult it is for me to make it difficult, the funds in his hands are actually very limited, so he cannot agree to increase the amount of the capital plan for me. Even if he can't find a valid reason, he may simply ask me to overcome the difficulties, obey his arrangements, and not increase the amount of the capital plan. Zhou Wenqing then analyzed, I think what Zhang Yunqing said is very reasonable. This person has spent hundreds of years and is often digging around to get things done. The possibility of him calling to ask for the quota is too small. It's better for me to call. It will take 100 years, after all, he doesn't take care of me directly. Even if I break up, he can't do anything to me. Zhao Manfu finally made the decision, okay, then Mr. Zhou will call Hua Baibai first. If that doesn't work, I will call President Song. After Zhou Wenqing took out his mobile phone and found Hua Baibai's phone number in the address book, he dialed it and asked politely, hello, Mr. Hua, I am Zhou Wenqing. Do you have time now? The Nanshan Project Department needs something. Your support. Hua Baibai responded politely on the phone, if you have time, Mr. Zhou, if you need support on anything, please tell me. Zhou Wenqing, Yu Donjin told me today that what the company notified is the capital plan limit for this month, and the capital plan limit reported by the project department will be halved. Hua Baibai, that's it. Is there any problem? Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Hua, are you asking if there is any problem? Of course there is a problem. You don't know that the project department and the construction party have been asking for work. Hua bye, I know that the Nanshan project is in rush for work, but there are indeed several projects for which our business department is rushing for work. Not only the Nanshan project department but also the project department are arranging rush for work. This month, the company's funds are. I am very nervous. This is not the decision of our business department, but the decision of Feng Sherlan, the head of the financial center of the entire company. I am also very helpless, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wenqing, the company has financial difficulties. I understand that. If the money is less, can we postpone the construction party's request to rush for work? Hua bye, Mr. Zhou, I am clear about funds and costs. Whether to rush for work is not within the scope of my responsibilities. I can't decide. If you must ask, I suggest you ask Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. Views. Weak. It is definitely very difficult to rush for work, and without real financial support, even if suppliers promise to rush for work, the specific implementation speed is still greatly reduced. After all, the market here is full of. I still prefer cash but not credit. Hua bye said, I understand this. It is better for the project department to have cash. However, the company's funds are indeed difficult this month. The project department will use its subjective initiative to do the work of the suppliers. Please help us overcome it and tide over the difficulties together. As long as the project department's payment status is good next month, the progress payment that is underpaid this month will definitely be made up next month. Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Hua, water from afar cannot quench our thirst for work. Please allocate the amount of flexible capital plan in your hand to our Nanshan project to cope with the shortage of work. Otherwise, the project department will really have no way to solve the problem of shortage of work. Hua bye said, there is a certain amount of flexible capital plan. But because the quota is very small, I can't decide. You still need to find Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, for the final decision. Zhou Wenqing said, you can also go to Mr. Song. You have to give me a quota. Otherwise, what will happen if we find Mr. Song? Hua bye said, within the scope of my understanding, the most I dare to agree to is to increase the capital plan of your Nanshan project department by 500,000 yuan. Zhou Wenqing said, Mr. Hua, for such a big project and it is in a rush for work, you are only increasing the quota by 500,000 yuan. You are suspected of sending a beggar away. Hua bye, Mr. Zhou, don't get me wrong. No matter how much the capital plan is increased, I have no decision-making power this time. The project department needs to arrange appropriate leaders to communicate with the business unit president, Mr. Song. Zhou Wenqing replied angrily, Mr. Hua, if the capital planning issue cannot be solved, don't blame the project because the supplier will put it there and it won't work. Then, Zhou Wenqing ended the call with Hua 100 years and asked Zhao Manfu for instructions. Mr. Zhao, you heard the phone call just now. Hua 100 years said that he would not dare to agree to increase the amount of the capital plan by up to 500,000 yuan. This is obviously because he does not want to let's get started with the project. Zhao Manfu comforted Zhou Wenqing and said, I listened carefully to the whole phone call between you and Mr. Hua, and I can hear several meanings in it. One is that the company's funds are really tight this time, and the project department needs to find ways to overcome the difficulties. The second is that if the amount of the capital plan needs to be increased, Hua cannot always make the decision. He needs to find Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. The third one is to ask the project department to strengthen the payment collection work, otherwise it will mean that it will be more difficult to pay the project payment next month. Well, let me call the president of the business unit, Mr. Song Ziyuan, to see if we can get some more funding for this matter. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he did not hesitate and immediately called Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit. Hello, Mr. Song. Is it convenient? I have an urgent matter that I need to report to you. Song Ziyuan said on the phone. To make a long story short, I have to attend an emergency meeting held by my boss in 5 minutes. Zhao Manfu said, okay. Mr. Song, this time the business department notified the Nanshan project department that the capital plan limit will be halved according to the reported data. The Nanshan project is currently a project that the construction party requires to rush for work, so the company needs to increase the capital plan limit. More support from above. Song Ziyuan replied, I have been thinking about this matter. Your Nanshan project is relatively simple. Well, your capital plan has been increased by 2 million. No matter how much you ask for, I will not hesitate to ask for more. No more. Your suppliers are basically the old suppliers of our Western construction. If you are communicating with them about their payment limit and it is difficult to achieve it, and you find that it may affect the work rush arrangement, you must be in time. Tell me. I believe that if I call them, it will save me some face. To put it simply, the money can only be increased by 2 million, and suppliers who can't handle it can ask me to help them. Zhao Manfu had no choice but to agree, okay, Mr. Song, our project department will find a way to coordinate and try not to cause trouble to you, Mr. Song. After Zhao Manfu ended the call with Song Ziyuan, he said to everyone has heard the call I gave to Mr. Song just now. Mr. Song's request is actually very simple. The fund plan limit can only be increased by 2 million. The work arrangements must be implemented. Let's talk about what to do. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he looked around everyone. A few minutes passed. Everyone's expressions were not very good, and no one took the initiative to speak. Zhao Manfu said, now, the conditions before us are like this. Let us express our opinions. Should we hold a meeting for all suppliers, or should each supplier communicate and discuss individually? Yu Dongjin suggested, it is better for the project department to hold a meeting for all suppliers to announce the company's capital plan policy this time. The company needs a new capital plan very urgently. If we go to negotiate one by one, it will probably be very long. It's difficult to negotiate, and it will drag on for a long time, which simply cannot meet the time requirements of the company's capital plan. Production manager Su Kun said, if we follow Yu Gong's suggestion and let all suppliers have a meeting together, what if they unite to resist and don't agree with the company's capital plan amount? What if the project is really launched? I think it's better to talk to each company separately. Some units will understand, and some units will not. If you understand, I will make it up next time. If you don't understand, talk to them several times more at different levels, and gradually reduce their funds. Planning the amount of demand allows them to accept the reality more and more psychologically, avoid violent backlash, and avoid affecting the project department's rush for work arrangements. Project manager Zhou Wenqing said, what Yu Dongjin and Su Kun said are both reasonable. I think there is no right or wrong in what they said. They just think about the problem from different perspectives. This is indeed it's a dilemma. I'll let Mr. Zhao make a final decision on how to handle this matter. After listening to everyone's remarks, Zhao Manfu slammed the table and said, in this matter, because the capital plan has been reduced too much, no matter which method is used to communicate and negotiate with suppliers, not all suppliers will be satisfied. Acceptance of the work may lead to negative emotions. In order to respond quickly to the capital plan, and in order to allow the majority of suppliers to truly understand us and truly support us, my opinion is, Project Manager Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, will now notify the bosses of all suppliers to arrive immediately. Meeting in the project department conference room. Due to the urgent notification time, it is very likely that the bosses of individual units will not be able to attend this temporary emergency meeting. Each unit is allowed to arrange for a representative to attend the meeting in the absence of the boss. The people in the project department who participated in this meeting were, Wang Ming, the material purchaser, Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, Yu Dongjin, the business manager, Su Kun, the production manager, Zhou Wenqing, the project manager, plus Zhang Yunqing, the area business manager, and me. During the meeting, Dongjin came to announce the company's policy on the capital plan, and everyone else took the initiative to explain and enlighten based on the supplier's response. They had only one purpose, and they still had to complete the task of rushing for work without hesitation despite the lack of money. "Mr. Zhou, please start informing everyone in the meeting now." Zhou Wenqing said, "I have notified all the supplier bosses in the group to have a meeting in the project department conference room in half an hour. Mr. Zhao, this problem is indeed difficult. I and everyone will go to the conference room first and wait for the supplier bosses to arrive. When everyone is here, we will invite you to come to the conference room to take charge of the overall situation." Zhao Manfu nodded in agreement and said, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. When everyone is here, just call me and let me know." 6 people including Zhou Wenqing, Su Kuan, Yu Danjun, Wang Ming, Yu Xingjie, and Zhang Yunqing went to the conference room first to wait for the arrival of the supplier bosses. Zhou Wenqing took the opportunity to unify the thinking and expression of the internal staff of the project department, asking everyone to support and understand the company's behavior of lowering the capital plan, and asking everyone to attach great importance to the collection from today on. Because the collection work is not done well, don't expect to be able to realize the payment according to the contract requirements. Everyone expressed their understanding and support for the company's decision. They all expressed that at the meeting, they would do their best to persuade the supplier bosses who are familiar with them to accept the company's funding plan. The bosses of various suppliers arrived in the conference room one after another. Of course, every boss was very concerned about the theme of this meeting. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Wenqing started taking vaccinations. As long as someone asks him, he will tell the person in a low voice, "This time the company may not be as strong as before in terms of capital planning limit. I need your support. Don't make random statements when the meeting is held. There is no one this month. Once it's taken care of, I'll definitely take care of it for you next month." Although the interlocutor felt uncomfortable mentally, he still generously expressed that he would definitely support Zhou Wenqing's work. Half an hour later, everyone arrived. Zhou Wenqing called Zhao Manfu and said that everyone was here and they could come to the conference room of the project department for a meeting. After Zhao Manfu arrived at the conference room and sat down, he said, "Mr. Zhou, you will chair this meeting." Zhou Wenqing nodded and said, "Okay. Mr. Zhao." Then Zhou Wenqing stood up from his seat and said to everyone, "I'm sorry, today we have called all the bosses of the cooperative units to participate in this emergency meeting. It is indeed that the project department and the company have encountered difficulties, and we need everyone's understanding. Support and help. I hope everyone can overcome the difficulties, unite closely with the project department and the company, and contribute to the early and smooth completion of this project. Now, please ask the commercial director Yu Danjun to announce the company's policies this time." After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenqing sat down slowly, while also paying attention to the expressions of each supplier, trying to read whether they supported or not from their faces. Yu Danjun stood up and said, "First of all, I would like to apologize to all the bosses. During such a tense period of work rush, I am the one who has to announce the company's capital planning policy. I feel very sad from the bottom of my heart. But the reality is like this, we need to face it and overcome it together. Thank you all for your support. This emergency meeting is mainly to announce to everyone the company's capital plan policy for this month. Please sit still and hope not to scare everyone. This month's capital plan policy is, reduce the amount of capital plan reported by the project department by half. The capital plan amount reported by the project department, each company's data is the data discussed with each supplier before reporting, so each company knows what this policy means." After hearing Yu Danjun's announcement of the policy on this month's funding plan, the suppliers began to communicate with each other in a low voice at the venue. Gradually, the venue became chaotic. Project manager Zhou Wenqing knocked on the table and said, "Quiet, quiet, if you have any opinions or ideas, you can put them forward in person, no need to whisper." After the bosses of each supplier calmed down, they raised various questions and opinions one after another. Fong Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, asked, "For my steel structure project, the main materials are all cash transactions. Now the materials are basically all on site. Suddenly there is a payment problem, and my money is borrowed everywhere. It is paid to the main material supplier. When the payment cycle becomes longer, my capital interest will increase a lot. Can the company provide subsidies for capital interest?" Yu Dongjin replied, "Boss Fong, as far as I know, this question you asked has no precedent in our company. In the construction industry, it is rare to provide fund interest subsidies for untimely payments, so it's up to you to figure out how to overcome this problem." Fong Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, asked again, "Since the money is so small, does it mean that we can arrange for jobs and stop rushing for jobs in such a hurry? This can also reduce our costs." Project manager Zhou Wenqing answered, "During my communication with the company about this issue, I also mentioned that the company does not agree to the delaying method in arranging work rush and requires that rush work be arranged according to the normal rush rhythm. This cannot be done. Delay the construction period." Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction team rushing to work, asked, "The sudden reduction of such a large amount of capital plan can be said to have completely disrupted my funding arrangements. If I am not careful, it will affect the rhythm of rushing work arranged on the project. The workers are very realistic. They agreed to give money, but now suddenly they don't give that much money. The workers will have great opinions. It is very easy for me to lose the trust of the workers because of this issue. It is very easy to affect the next work arrangement for workers. Can't we give a little more appropriately?" Project manager Zhou Wenqing answered, "The problem raised by Boss Xia does exist, and we have thought about it repeatedly. Regarding funds, the project department is also planning to apply for some more support from the company, but it is expected that the amount of support will not be. It is estimated that the entire project is only a few tens of millions. If any labor force team is really in this situation, it will make life very difficult or unable to face it, and needs more support. Please after the meeting, ask Yu Dongjin to register this additional funding requirement and the legitimate reasons, and our project department will consider it as appropriate. Since the quota is very limited, everyone must think carefully and don't speak too loudly, otherwise it will not be possible. Help solve problems." Bian Jinjia, the boss of the garden construction team, asked, "Such a fast-paced rush for work. To be honest, even if the funds can keep up, it is difficult to face it. Now it's better, the funds can't keep up. If this continues, the construction area here is very likely to be unable to purchase some materials due to insufficient funds, which will definitely affect the progress of rush work. In this case, if there is some delay in rush work, can the company ignore it?" Project manager Zhou Wenqing answered, "Boss Bian, this cannot be ignored. The original reward and punishment policy for rushing work will still be implemented as usual. It's just that the amount of funds planned for this month has been reduced. The company's current policy is to determine expenditures based on revenue. Whichever project department collects more payments will be more relaxed for the next one. Because our project is arranged by the construction company, work must be rushed. So he doesn't have any major problems with payment, it's just that it takes a little longer to review due to issues with the review process. Therefore, although the current capital plan quota policy will definitely have an impact on everyone, the impact will not last too long, and is expected to only last 1 to 2 months. I also hope that everyone will work with the company to find ways to not only complete the rush for work, but also overcome this financial difficulty." Zheng Hui, the owner of the greening labor team, asked, "Mr. Zhou, you know that when it comes to purchasing seedlings, if we compare cash purchasing and payment based on progress, the unit price of cash purchasing is definitely much lower. Progress payment procurement means that the cost will increase a lot. The company has greatly reduced the amount of payment when arranging rush work. The rush for work itself has increased our costs, and now there is another problem with fund payment. Our costs will increase even more. Can the company provide appropriate compensation in this regard?" Project Manager Zhou Wenqing replied with a look of embarrassment, I know and understand the questions raised by Boss Qing relatively well. Please give Yu Dongjin an explanation on this matter. Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhou, the current relationship between the company and the supplier is stipulated in the contract between the two parties. According to the contract, the unit price is fixed. The unit price will not be adjusted during the execution of the contract. Therefore, it is very difficult to adjust the contract unit price. We don't even have a review process to adjust the contract unit price. Project Manager Zhou Wenqing asked Zhang Yunqing again, Mr. Zhang, look, have you solved the problem raised by the greening labor team boss Zheng Hui? Zhang Yunqing explained, as for the issue of price adjustment, Yu Dongjin's explanation is correct. If there is indeed a situation where the supplier suffers economic losses, some flexible means can be adopted with the agreement of both parties. For example, in the case of unqualified soil balls, if the seedlings are finally planted alive, you can consider not deducting money. When adjusting the art, appropriately expand the quantity in other similar treatment methods. All these treatments need to be notified to the business person in time. Let's go to the site to check and understand the real situation, so that we can judge whether the compensation given to the supplier is reasonable. Project Manager Zhou Wenqing then said to Zheng Hui, the boss of the greening labor team, as for the procurement of greening seedlings, you can discuss it with Yu Xingjie, the seedling purchaser, and Yu Dongjin, the commercial manager, after the meeting. If there is a result, you can tell me again. Zheng Hui, owner of the greening labor team, replied, I have approached Yu Xingjie to purchase seedlings before, many times, but never once did I solve this problem. If this continues, our economic losses will become larger and larger. In the end, our labor force will not be able to bear such serious economic losses. So I still hope that the company can do more research on our actual situation and provide appropriate policies to solve such problems. Zhao Manfu saw that the discussion was almost complete, so he made a concluding statement regarding the amount of the fund plan. Most of the issues stated by everyone are within the scope of what our project department considered during the discussion. According to the current financial situation of the company, everyone's payment is indeed tightened this month. However, everyone knows the situation of the Nanshan project, and it is impossible to stop it or slow down the rush for work. Therefore, we need everyone to work with the company to overcome the current financial difficulties of the company. What you have done well will be visible to the company leaders. Let me put this more clearly here. The company leader told me clearly that most of the supplier team for this project are the company's old team. If there are indeed difficulties or are unwilling to accept the project if the department arranges the quota for this capital plan, you can call Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. Here, on behalf of the project department, I would like to thank all suppliers for their support this time in meeting the difficulties encountered by the project department. As long as we get through this difficulty together, everything will be easy for us in the future. After the meeting, all suppliers are asked to find the business manager Yu Dongjin to discuss the amount of this funding plan. We need to submit the new funding plan to the business department tonight. Thanks everyone. The meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Zheng Hui, the owner of the greening labor team, approached Yu Dongjin and said, Mr. Yu, our greening labor team has no special requirements for the amount of this capital plan. We are willing to obey the company's arrangements and work with the company to share difficulties. However, we still hope that the company can give appropriate consideration to the serious increase in unit price of seedlings. After Yu Dongjin listened to the words of Zheng Hui, the boss of the greening labor team, thank you, Boss Zheng, for being so reasonable. We will give feedback to the relevant leaders of the company at the appropriate time for your support of the company's funds. As for the issue you mentioned about the sharp increase in the unit price of seedlings, since there is no precedent for adjusting the unit price of the contract in the company, if you must fight for it, I suggest you make a written report and give it to the seedling purchaser, Yu Xingjie, and the engineer. The seedling system will report it to the company to see if the company can agree. Zheng Hui, owner of the greening labor team, said, well, I'll make a report tomorrow. If the price hadn't increased too much, we definitely wouldn't have raised this issue. Fong Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, came to Yu Dongjin and said, Mr. Yu, I know that this funding plan is very tight. I am also an old team member of the company, but my steel structure project requires very high cash. If there is no money, it is definitely impossible to buy back the materials. I have repeatedly calculated the situation of the steel structure of the project and combined with my own financial situation, if the reported capital plan amount is halved, I will really feel a little uncomfortable. If possible, I hope that when the capital plan quota is halved, I can be given an additional quota of 500,000. Yu Dongjin replied, Boss Fong, I know your capital plan limit requirement. I have recorded it. I understand your difficult situation. If the final capital plan limit allows, I will try my best to meet your request. Of Fong Xian, the boss of the steel structure team, expressed his gratitude to Dongjin and quickly and consciously left the office of the Ministry of Commerce where Yu Dongjin worked. Bian Jinjia, the owner of the garden construction team, approached Yu Dongjin to express his willingness on the amount of the fund plan. Mr. Yu. In this project, I am a veteran labor force who has worked with the company for many years, and I am willing to implement the company's capital plan of having the implementation amount. Of course, if the quota you finally obtained is not used up, I still hope you can give me a little more consideration. Yu Dongjin replied, Boss Bian, thank you for your support to the project department. However, because the additional quota is a very small amount, the probability that we will proactively increase your capital plan quota this month is very small. I am very grateful that you took the initiative to express your understanding and support for the project department's funding plan arrangement. I will record your situation and report it to the leadership. After Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction team rushing to grab jobs, waited for Bian Jinjia to finish his speech, he communicated with Yu Dongjin, Mr. Yu, all mine are workers' wages. This time, since I was asked to grab jobs temporarily, I will follow the instructions of both of us. The payment terms negotiated with the workers according to the conditions stipulated in the contract. During this period, the amount of funds I advanced for other projects was not small. It can be said that at present, if I am not given enough funds to plan, I will transfer. We can't move anymore. We can only stop rushing for work. Yu Dongjin said to Xia Hoyue, Boss Xia, don't worry. Although the company requires everyone to give appropriate understanding and support to the company's capital plan, it must be within their ability. Since your situation special, please tell me, if your capital plan is halved, how many thousands more do you need to increase the amount of your capital plan? Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction team who rushed to work, thought for a while and then said, I know that under such difficult circumstances, it would indeed be unreasonable to ask the company to pay according to the payment ratio agreed in the contract. I will also overcome the difficulties again and negotiate with my workers who have been with me for a long time to temporarily postpone their wages. In this case, my capital plan needs to be increased by 300,000 yuan. It cannot be any less. If it is any less, my workers will not be able to balance the situation, and some workers will definitely leave. If the workers leave, it will definitely affect the rush for jobs. Material procurement Wang Ming came to Yu Dongjin to discuss. Yu Gong, how much total funding can you give me for material procurement? After Yu Dongjin looked at the data, she clarified that a quota of 200,000 yuan must be set aside for on-site funds, thus using up the planned quota of 1 million yuan. Therefore, Yu Dongjin explained to Wang Ming of material procurement, Wang Gong, it's like this. This time the business department can give us an additional capital plan quota of 2 million yuan at most when the reported capital plan is halved. I have already spent 1 million on labor and on-site expenses. If there is no need to increase the capital plan limit for seedling procurement, I can consider increasing the capital plan limit for you by up to 1 million yuan. Before Yu Dongjin finished speaking, nursery stock purchaser Yu Xingjie came to Yu Dongjin's desk and asked, Yu Gong, why did I just arrive at the door and hear you say that there is no need to increase the capital plan for seedling purchase? After Yu Dongjin heard Yu Xingjie's question, she calmly replied, I just assume that your seedling purchase no longer needs to increase the additional capital plan limit. It does not say that you definitely do not need to increase the additional capital plan limit. After Zhang Yunqing and other material purchasing Wang Ming finished talking, they arranged for Yu Xingjie to say, "Tell me about your situation." Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, "My situation here is relatively simple. The seedling supplier is relatively supportive of the company's requirements and has not made any additional funding plan requirements. However, first support poles must be purchased and there is no way to reduce the price by half, so the quota needs to be increased by 50,000 yuan. A price assessment of seedlings must also be carried out, and it is expected that the quota will be increased by at least 50,000 yuan. The Part 1M involved and requires a cumulative increase of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. Zhang Yunqing continued, "In this case, labor and on-site expenses need to be increased by 1 million, materials need to be increased by 1.3 million, seedlings related needs to be increased by 100,000, and the cumulative increase has reached 2.4 million. It exceeds the company's the number allowed to increase the quota by 2 million is 400,000. Now our commercial department is not sure how to handle this 400,000, so we invite everyone to discuss it together to see how to handle it more appropriately." After listening to Zhang Yunqing's report, Zhao Manfu asked, "Let's express our opinions one by one." Material Procurement Wang Minghui reported, "Dear leaders, judging from the situation of our materials, if we can meet the increase in quota requirements I proposed, we can definitely guarantee the supply of materials during the rush period. But if the capital plan quota is insufficient, we always have to deduct points. After all, a large number of suppliers have never dealt with our Western construction companies. The timeliness of the supply provided by these suppliers to us needs to be verified over time. It is just that we are in a period of rush for work and there is a slight delay. Any unexpected incident will affect the entire work arrangement. Therefore, I suggest giving priority to ensuring the planned amount of funds for materials." Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie said, "The 100,000 yuan I involved must not be reduced any further. If I don't give you this little money, I really have no way to solve the corresponding purchase problems of support rods and outbound inspections." Commercial Director Yu Dongjin said, "There is no way to reduce the 800,000 yuan involved in labor, and there is no way to reduce the 200,000 yuan in on-site expenses. This 200,000 yuan also involves overtime pay to overtime workers every night. So it is best to the best way is to obtain another 400,000 yuan for the project department. This will solve all the problems." Project Manager Zhou Wenqing suggested, "There is something wrong with the way our company treats our work-rushing project department. If we don't continue to strive for more funding plans, we may find various reasons to continue to cut our funding plans later. Quota. Because of this, the project department of the entire company must be short of funds for the planned quota. Therefore, I suggest that you submit a version based on the current real needs." Zhang Yunqing said, "I just came to the company not long ago, and I haven't fully understood the company's routines yet. But in view of the current situation, I agree with the project manager Mr. Zhou's opinion. I will submit a version based on the current real needs." After listening to everyone's opinions, Zhao Manfu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a few minutes, he slowly arranged, "Well, I also agree to report according to Mr. Zhou's opinion for the time being. However, if by any chance, if the company does not agree to our increase of 400,000. So how should we deal with it? It may be too late to hold a meeting to discuss this matter by then. So my opinion is that today, while everyone is together, we must discuss a version of the capital plan that meets the company's requirements, and modify this version of the data file and put it there for later use." Zhou Wenqing said, "If the total quota must be reduced, I think we should start with the material payment. After all, the material payment itself involves a relatively large amount, and many suppliers are relatively large manufacturers, and their economic strength must be strong. Much more. I suggest that the additional amount of 1.3 million for materials should be controlled within 900,000. According to this standard, Wang Ming of Materials will make another fund plan for materials and give the data to Yu Dongjin to compile into the fund plan of the project department. Inside, Wang Ming should do a good job in appeasing and communicating with material suppliers, not only to pay less but also to ensure the construction period. In particular, it is necessary to emphasize to the material suppliers that the construction period must be guaranteed. A company as big as ours has helped us get through the difficulties this time, and the door to future cooperation channels is open. Wang Ming, you can help those manufacturers who have doubts to give them confidence, determination, and motivation to choose to overcome difficulties with us. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, said, Mr. Zhou, I'm not very good at drawing cakes. I'll prepare them according to your requirements. Zhang Yunqing asked, if that's the case, then, Mr. Zhao, should we sign a version of this capital plan and send it to the business department overnight, lest they think we are slow to respond in the future? As for the new standby version, Wang Ming and Yu Dongjin will be responsible for sorting it out tomorrow and sending it to everyone below the area who wants to sign the fund plan to take a look first. Once the standby version is to be activated, it will be convenient for everyone to quickly complete the signing and approval. Zhao Manfu nodded, okay, then sign a version first. After Yu Dongjin took out the paper fund plan document, she signed her name first, and then asked, Dear leaders, among the people who need to sign on the fund plan, the project department still needs a production manager Su Kun. What if I'm not here? Zhou Wenqing expressed his incomprehension and said, can this still be a problem? In the process of everyone signing, you called Su Kun to come here to sign immediately. Isn't it okay? Yu Dongjin said sheepishly, Mr. Zhou, look, it's almost 12 o'clock in the evening. It's so late. I don't think it's appropriate for me to call Su Kun. Could you please make a call in person to make arrangements? He came over and signed the capital plan form. Zhou Wenqing asked in return, I've been working overtime to discuss here, why can't I just call him? I'm so timid. Zhao Manfu could hear the smell of igniting powder, so he said to Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, what Xiao Xiao said is not unreasonable. You asked Xiao Xiao to call Su Kun in the middle of the night, which could easily cause misunderstandings. I'd better give you a hard time and call him yourself. Su Kun, please come to my place and sign the capital plan. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, Mr. Zhao. Zhou Wenqing dialed Su Kun's number, come to Mr. Zhao's office right now. Su Kun asked drowsily on the phone, who are you? You're here in the middle of the night. Then he hung up the phone. Zhou Wenqing smiled and explained to Zhao Manfu, during this period, Su Kun worked overtime and stayed up late every day. You see, he is so sleepy now that he can't even hear the sound on my phone. After Zhou Wenqing finished joking, he called production manager Su Kun, come to Mr. Zhao's office quickly. Su Kun said on the phone, hey, Mr. Zhou had a call first and was it you? Zhou Wenqing asked, I didn't hit you, so who hit you? Su Kun smiled sheepishly and said, I'm sorry, I was asleep just now. I thought who called me? Well, what's the matter now? Zhou Wenqing, yes, come over there. Mr. Zhao's office has a fund plan that we just finished discussing. We need you to sign it before you can report to the company. Su Kun, okay, I'll be here right away. A few minutes later, Su Kun arrived at Zhao Manfu's office. When Su Kun looked at the fund plan, he saw that all the signatories from Mr. Zhao down to the project department, except himself, had already signed. So he quickly signed his name and asked Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, it's okay. If everything's okay, I'll go back to sleep. Zhou Wenqing, it's okay, go to bed quickly. After Su Kun left, Zhang Yunqing arranged for Dongjin, thank you, go and scan this fund plan now and give it to Lin Yiping in the business department. Remember to follow up on the phone tomorrow morning. Pay attention to the business opinions of the department and then provide timely feedback. Zhao Manfu asked, do you have any other questions? Several people yawned again, and no one answered Zhao Manfu's question directly. Zhao Manfu announced simply, "There is no problem. Everyone has worked hard. Let's go back to the dormitory and rest early." The next day, Wang Ming and Yu Dongjin were in front of the computer early in the morning, communicating and modifying the new version of the fund plan, and finally formed a backup fund plan form file with only an increase of 2 million. After 9 o'clock, it was estimated that people in Kyoto had already started to go to work. Yu Dongjin called Lin Yiping and said, "Lin Gong, last night, I sent the Nanshan Project Department's fund plan to your QQ in the form of an offline file. Come on, have you received it?" Lin Yiping, "I got it. Is your capital plan limit reported this time reduced by half of the first reported capital plan limit?" Yu Dongjin replied, "No, slightly more." Lin Yiping, "Has any leader explicitly agreed to the extra quota?" Yu Dongjin, "I don't know whether I clearly expressed my consent. I just compiled it according to the guidance of Vice President of Production Zhao Manfu and Mr. Zhao. Since the actual capital plan demand is much greater than the amount of capital plan the company has given to the project department this time, the people from the project department held a meeting last night and discussed and communicated repeatedly until late at night before formulating the version that is being sent to you now. Please also ask the business department for your support." Lin Yiping smiled and said, "We also support it, but this requires money, and no one can generate the money. I will print out your capital plan and ask Mr. Hua and Mr. Song for approval." Lin Yiping brought the Nanshan Project's capital plan to Hua Baibai's office. After checking the data, she found that the Nanshan Project had overreported the capital plan amount by 2.4 million, so she asked Lin Yiping, "Nanshan Project, the funds reported now there is an extra 2.4 million yuan in the plan, have you asked them if President Song agreed to it?" Lin Yiping replied to Hua Baibai, "I asked Yu Dongjin, and Yu Dongjin did not directly communicate with the leadership, so she said that she did not know the specific situation, but she compiled and improved it based on the opinions of Vice President of Production Zhao Manfu." At the same time, Yu Dongjin also emphasized, saying that their entire project department met and discussed until late last night to form the version of the funding plan that is now reported. She also expressed her hope that the business department will support it. After Hua Baibai shook his head and thought for a few minutes, he stood up from his seat and said to Lin Yiping, "Zhao Manfu didn't call me to discuss the amount of the capital plan, but maybe he called Song, the president of the business unit, directly. The boss made the call. Now come with me to ask for Mr. Song's instructions on the amount of funds planned for their Nanshan project." Hua Baibai brought Lin Yiping to Song Ziyuan's office and asked for instructions. "Mr. Song, the funding plan for the Nanshan project has been resubmitted, and it is 2.4 million more than the standard for having. The project management has been calling, saying the funding plan is seriously insufficient and we ask for more." Song Ziyuan looked up at Hua Baibai and said nothing for a minute. Hua Baibai asked guiltily, "Mr. Song, what should I do? Sign or not?" Song Ziyuan finally spoke, "This is not a matter of signing or not. When their vice president of production, Zhao Manfu, came to communicate with me, he only agreed to increase the quota by 2 million on the basis of the halved implementation. Now it is not just him. That project department has difficulties, but all project departments have difficulties, especially the lack of money. The money I promised each of them to the vice president of production has just used up the mobility quota of our business department. You said that this project department has too many if they come up with 400,000 yuan, and several other project departments can come up with several million more, then where can we find money for them? If we can pay the salary in advance, it's not impossible." Hua Baibai replied with a blushing face, "Okay, Mr. Song, I know what to do. I'll call Zhao Manfu to communicate." Song Ziyuan said nothing, but Hua Baibai quickly led Lin Yiping out of Song Ziyuan's office. After Hua Bainian and Lin Yiping returned to Hua Bainian's office, Hua Bainian made a phone call with Zhao Manfu. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. Is it convenient to talk now?" Zhao Manfu joked, "Mr. Hua, of course I can make a phone call. It's convenient at any time." Hua Baibai said with slight dissatisfaction, Mr. Zhao, you are quite capable of bragging. Zhao Manfu said, what's wrong, Mr. Hua, where am I bragging? Hua Baibai seized on the loopholes and refused to let go, you are bragging when you say it is convenient at any time. Zhao Manfu said, I'm not bragging about this. I'm currently communicating with Party A in the office. Look, as soon as your call comes, don't I answer it right away? How can I brag? Hua Baibai asked, what if Party A or a big leader of the government is here? Wouldn't we be able to answer the phone? Zhao Manfu said, Mr. Hua is right to criticize me. If I encounter the situation you mentioned, I really won't be able to answer your call at any time. Hua Baibai said, so, Mr. Zhao, you should be more honest and realistic. Find a place where you are alone. I have something to tell you. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I'm out now. Please tell me what Mr. Hua's instructions are. Hua Baibai said, did you ask Mr. Song for a quota beyond the halving limit? Zhao Manfu, yes, what's wrong? Hua Baibai, at that time, what was the increase amount that President Song promised you for the Nanshan project? Zhao Manfu, 2 million. Hua Baibai, then why did the version you signed and submitted increase by 2.4 million? Zhao Manfu, I know it should only be increased by 2 million, but the objections from both suppliers and managers in the project department to the company's strict control of the capital plan this time are very high. You were not at the scene, and the crowd was so excited, I have the urge to put the project there at any time. I am also in a dilemma. Hua Baibai, the project has difficulties, and the company also has difficulties. You added a 2.4 million version of the capital plan form. I didn't dare to confirm it, so I took the initiative to take Lin Yiping to Mr. Song for instructions. What do you think of the result? Zhao Manfu, I have little contact with Mr. Song, so I can't guess. Hua Baibai, he looked at me and didn't speak for a long time, which made me feel guilty and didn't know what to do. Zhao Manfu, what happened next? Hua Baibai, later, Mr. Song told me that the amount he promised you was 2 million. Zhao Manfu complained bitterly, Mr. Hua, what should I do with the 400,000 yuan more than the 2 million? This is a work rush project. Without enough funds, it is really difficult to complete the work rush task in time. Hua Baibai said, do you know what Mr. Song asked me? Zhao Manfu said carelessly, how can I guess the leader's thoughts? Mr. Hua, you'd better tell me directly. Hua Baibai, Mr. Song asked me, will you pay for the extra 400,000 yuan yourself? If it can be solved by salary, just use the salary to support the project department. At the same time, Mr. Song also said that the sum of the planned capital quotas that he promised you, the production vice presidents, could be increased on the basis of having, is exactly equal to the flexible quota that the business department can allocate. Therefore, it is completely impossible to increase the amount of the capital plan. Zhao Manfu, okay, I understand, Mr. Hua, do you need to resubmit a fund plan form that meets the quota requirements? Hua Baibai said, of course. Otherwise, if Song, the president of the business unit, does not sign, it will be useless no matter how much you report on the capital plan, right? Zhao Manfu replied with a burning heart, yes, yes, Mr. Hua, you are right. After Zhao Manfu ended the call with Hua Baibai, he called Zhang Yunqing to arrange work. Yunqing, have you made a plan to increase the amount of funds by only 2 million based on the halving implementation? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's already done. Yu Dongjin has sent me the prepared spreadsheet file. Zhao Manfu said, Hua Bai called me just now, meaning that he can only increase the amount according to the increase promised by President Song, print it out and sign it again. Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, he said to Dongjin, Mr. Zhao just called and said that the leaders of the fund plan sent back to the business department last night did not sign. Please print out the new backup fund plan and go through the signing process. After Yu Dongjin printed out the backup fund plan and signed it, she came to Zhang Yunqing to sign. Mr. Zhang, this is a special situation. Others may not know the situation. Please sign it first so that I can find other people to sign it. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then said, okay, there is no other way. Zhang Yunqing signed the capital plan and returned it to Yu Dongjin. Yu Dongjin took the capital plan to Wang Ming, Yu Xingjie, and Zhou Wenqing to sign respectively. Everyone once again expressed serious dissatisfaction with the amount of the capital plan, saying that the company did not take the Nanshan project into consideration at all. Actual situation. Yu Dongjin could only explain it one by one. After Yu Dongjin completed all the signatures of the project department personnel, she called Zhao Manfu and asked, Mr. Zhao, the new fund plan needs your signature. Where can I find you? Zhao Manfu replied on the phone, I am on my way back to the project department. You will come to my office in 10 minutes with the information. Yu Dongjin came to Zhao Manfu's office with a new capital plan more than 10 minutes later. Zhao Manfu took the capital plan, signed it quickly and handed it to Yu Dongjin, and arranged, this capital plan has been repeated repeatedly. It has been revised many times, which has a great impact on the project department's progress in rushing work. Please hurry up on the matter of signing and approving this fund plan. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, before the approval is completed, I promise to communicate with Lin Yiping from the business department once a day. After Yu Dongjin came out of Zhao Manfu's office, she returned to her workstation, scanned the fund plan document that Zhao Manfu had signed and approved, and sent it to Lin Yiping in the business department. After Lin Yiping received the fund plan, she printed it out and asked Hua Baibai and Song Ziyuan to sign it. After Lin Yiping collected the capital plans for the other two production areas, she got them from the finance department for approval. It took about 3 days to complete the approval. Lin Yiping scanned the fund plan after the approval was completed and gave it to Yu Dongjin. Yu Dongjin forwarded the approved funding plan to Wang Ming, the material purchaser, and Yu Xingjie, the nursery stock purchaser, and asked them to start notifying suppliers that they could issue payment invoices. Li Shixuan sent the electronic version of the first draft of the bid clearance report to Zhang Yunqing, and Zhang Yunqing arranged for Li Shixuan to print out the report document. Zhang Yunqing is playing. On the printed bid clearance report document, I carefully gave my own modification opinions, and then returned it to Li Shixuan for modification and improvement. It was repeated many times, and after a few days it finally reached a level that Zhang Yunqing was satisfied with. Zhang Yunqing arranged to print out 2 copies of the bid clearance report document, and gave one to the project manager Zhou Wenqing and the other to the vice president of production Zhao Manfu. Both promised to check it out as soon as possible. 2 days later, both of them replied that they had no revised opinions, and they could arrange a time to report and communicate with Tao Ting, the construction party's cost manager. So project manager Zhou Wenqing took Zhang Yunqing and Li Shixuan to visit at the time agreed with Tao Ting, the cost leader of Jingchuan Group. After arriving at Tao Ting's office, Zhang Yunqing handed the bid clearance report document to Tao Ting. Tao Ting took the bid clearance report document and said, I finally saw your bid clearance report document. Let me take a look. After Tao Ting flipped through it briefly, she asked several common questions about the standard clearance report, and Zhang Yunqing reported them clearly. Tao Ting said that she is quite satisfied with the bid clearance report document at present, but she still needs to contact Ding Xiaohe, the cost manager of the Nanshan project of the cost consulting unit Modu Isa Company, which her company has just hired. Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Tao, this worker from Yiji Company, have they established a workplace here? Tao Ting replied, their office location is on site, provided by the general contractor Huatai. You can contact her personally for specific information. After hearing what Tao Ting said, Zhang Yunqing asked, okay, Mr. Tao. Then please give me Ding Xiaohe's contact information. Tao Ting then found Ding Xiaohe's contact number in the address book of her mobile phone, and Zhang Yunqing quickly recorded it in her mobile phone. After Zhou Wenqing, Zhang Yunqing and Tao Ting chatted briefly for a while, they left and returned to the project department. After returning to the office of the commercial department of the project department, Zhang Yunqing called Ding Xiaohe from Maruichi Company and asked, "Hello, Mr. Ding, I am the commercial department of Western Construction of the Nanshan project." Zhang Yunqing, is it convenient for you to speak now? Ding Xiaohe said, "It's convenient, please tell me." Zhang Yunqing, that's it. Today I have submitted a copy of the bid clearance documents for the bidding section where my company is located to Mr. Tao Ting, the cost manager of Nanshan Jingchuan Group. Mr. Tao gave you your contact number and said that you need it. Leave it to you for review. Ding Xiaohe said, "We are still in the Magic City and have not reached the South China Sea." Zhang Yunqing said, "But for our bid clearance document, it turns out that the builder said that if it is not reviewed and approved, it will stop paying us progress payments, so it needs to be provided to you for review as soon as possible." Ding Xiaohe said, "If that's the case, please remember my QQ number, XXXXX, and first send your bid clearance report, bidding documents, bid winning documents, bidding construction drawings, construction contracts and other documents involved in the bid clearance process. Please send the electronic version to me via QQ email first." Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, I'll write it down, and I'll send all the compiled documents to your QQ mailbox in the afternoon. Please arrange a time for us to review it early." Ding Xiaohe said, "Okay." Zhang Gong. Zhang Yunqing then said, "Ding Gong, if you confirm the time to arrive at the Nanshan project, please inform us as soon as possible. For this bid clearance verification, face-to-face communication will be smoother." Ding Xiaohe said, "It's no problem. After arriving at the project, I will take the initiative to find you and go to the site first to check the situation." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Ding Xiaohe, he came to Zhao Manfu's office and reported, "Mr. Zhao, regarding the bid clearance report, this morning Zhou Wencheng, myself, and Li Xishuan went to Tao Ting Tao, the person in charge of the Nanshan construction cost of Jingchuan Group. General Office." Zhao Manfu asked, "Oh, how is the situation? Did it pass?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The situation is not very good. It is not yet at the level of saying whether it will pass or not." Zhao Manfu replied, "Why don't I understand what you mean?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's quite normal that I didn't understand clearly. Because of this project, we didn't hear about the full process cost consulting unit when we first came here. After communicating this morning, although Mr. Tao himself was quite satisfied, he didn't say anything unpleasant. But Mr. Tao arranged for us to contact Ding Xiaohe from the Maruichi Cost Consulting Company, saying that this unit was hired only for the future and will be the full process cost consulting unit in the future." Zhao Manfu replied, "Well, I mean, why did you say whether it was passed or not? It turns out that a new cost consulting unit was hired. This cost consulting company has to arrange for personnel to review our bid clearance report, right?" Zhang Yunqing, "Yes, Mr. Zhao, that's what I mean." Zhao Manfu continued to ask, "Then have you contacted this Ding Xiaohe?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I came to your office only after contacting this worker Ding." Zhao Manfu asked, "What did Ding Gong say?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Ding Gong said that they haven't come to the Nanshan project department yet and there is no way to deal with the work here. I told her that the construction party of this project requires us to prepare a bid clearance report and review it before payment can be made. Our progress payment. If they cannot review it early, it will definitely affect our progress payment." Zhao Manfu said, "There is no problem with what you expressed and it is in line with the actual situation. I am more concerned about how the other party replies to you." Zhang Yunqing replied, "After the other party thought for a while, he said, you first submit the electronic versions of your bid clearance report, bidding documents, bid winning documents, bidding construction drawings, construction contracts and other documents involved in the bid clearance process through send it to me via QQ email." Zhao Manfu said, "Does this mean that the other party agreed to review our bid clearance report first?" Zhang Yunqing continued, "That's what it means. I also told Ding Gong and asked her to remember to inform us when she arrives at our Nanshan project. She said that when she arrives at the project, she will ask us to take them to see the current status of the project. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Now that we have finished talking about the business, sit down and drink tea for a while. Zhang Yunqing, yes, I am too tired during this period. Zhao Manfu said, how can I not be tired? Look at the projects we worked on, the general contract amount was several million, and some were as small as hundreds of thousands. When I think about it, before I came to Western Construction, I experienced the largest project only costs tens of millions, and it is quite tiring to work on. Now this project is almost 6 times as big as that largest project. And it was so chaotic in the early stage. When we take over the management, naturally there are many things and people. Tired. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's okay to be tired. The purpose of our visit is to learn how to manage this big project. While chatting, Zhao Manfu received a text message on his mobile phone. Zhao Manfu opened it and read, notification. We would like to inform you that management personnel above the area project manager level will attend a monthly meeting in the conference room of the 5th Business Department in Kyoto at 9 a.m. on November 11th. Please submit the specific list of participants to Lin Yiping before 12 p.m. today. Zhang Yunqing asked, when will our business department have a monthly meeting? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, I have only been here for more than 2 months, and I have never held a monthly meeting before. I don't know the situation, maybe it is just the monthly meeting. Zhao Manfu continued, according to this notice, in the area under my jurisdiction, the Nanshan Project Department needs to attend the meeting, including Zhou Wencheng, the general manager, and the project manager of the Cheongshan Bowen Project Department is just a production manager named Song Xiaoshan. The project department could only inform him to go back for a meeting. And the only people in the area are you and me, 4 people in total. Come up with a complete list and give it to Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay. Then he called Lin Yiping and asked, Gong Lin, Mr. Zhao just asked me to fill in a list of people who will participate in the meeting in the area on November 11th. Do you have a sample form? Lin Yiping replied, there is no sample form for the time being. Mr. Zhang, please fill it out like this first. It must have a serial number, name, gender, position, project department name, contact number, remarks, etc. That's about it. You fill it out first. If I will notify you when the unified form documents are available. Zhang Yunqing's call was made to Lin Yiping on speakerphone, so naturally Zhao Manfu, who was nearby, could hear it more clearly. So Zhao Manfu arranged for Zhang Yunqing to compile a sample form according to Lin Yiping's suggestion, and then send it to Zhao Manfu, who would notify Zhou Wencheng and Song Xiaoshan to attend the monthly meeting on November 11th. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office, compiled the contents of the form requested by Lin Yiping, filled in the information of Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhou Wencheng, and sent it to Zhao Manfu using QQ offline files. After Zhao Manfu received the participant list form file sent by Zhang Yunqing, he clicked it and checked it briefly, and then forwarded it to Song Xiaoshan, the production manager of Cheongshan Bowen Project Department. Zhao Manfu found Song Xiaoshan's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone and dialed it. Xiaoshan, I received a notice from the business department today that I need to go to the business department for a meeting on November 11th. The business department requires a list of participants. You will participate in that project department, please fill in your information according to the requirements of the form and send it to me. Song Xiaoshan agreed, okay, Mr. Zhao. It's just that my current project here doesn't have much to do. Do I need to make some preparations to attend the regular meeting of the business department? Zhao Manfu answered, the notice didn't say anything, and I don't know exactly what preparations to make. Let's put it this way, you can sort out the completion status of your project, the current situation, including output value, collection, settlement, etc., and you will have new ones. The implementation status of the project also needs to be sorted out. In the absence of standard documents, we can make it clear ourselves. Song Xiaoshan agreed on the phone, okay, Mr. Zhao, I understand. After Zhao Manfu ended the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, he also sent the meeting list document to Zhou Wencheng, the project manager of the Nanshan project, and left a message on QQ, explaining that the business department requested that the monthly meeting be held on November 11th. Mean. Zhou Wencheng replied instantly, copy that. I'll come find you later. Soon Zhou Wencheng arrived at Zhao Manfu's office and asked, Mr. Zhao, our project is currently in rush for work, and there are problems every day. Can I not go back to hold this monthly meeting? Zhao Manfu criticized Zhou Wencheng. The company is currently developing relatively fast and is constantly recruiting new people. One is that the leaders are not familiar with the new people, and the other is that the new people are not familiar with each other. It is rare for leaders to, if you have time to organize a meeting, you must actively participate in it. Regarding project matters, there are so many managers on the project performing their respective duties, and each is responsible for handling their own affairs well. If it develops to the point where it becomes a mess as long as you are not here, then you have a problem with your management and coordination skills. Therefore, you should try to let the production manager do the leading management work. Zhou Wencheng replied, the production manager is Su Kuan. He is young and energetic. He has only been working for a few years. After all, he has little work experience and his overall quality needs to be further improved. What's more, during the rush for work, various things are going on. The emotions are complicated, not to mention that I am worried about Su Kuan being here. Even if I manage it here myself, I am still worried about not managing it well. Zhao Manfu arranged with confidence. You have to have enough confidence. For example, suppose this time it is not the business department that notifies the meeting, but the construction party asking us to go out for 5 days to inspect. Will you go to inspect? Zhou Wencheng replied, of course we have to go for inspection. Zhao Manfu asked, if you go on an inspection for 5 days, who will you entrust to take the lead in the daily management of your project department during these 5 days? Zhou Wencheng replied, of course I leave it to Su Kuan. Zhao Manfu asked again, now it's just a one-day meeting notified by the business department. We will come back immediately after the meeting. Do you feel more at ease now? Zhou Wencheng replied, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your guidance. Then I will also go back to attend the monthly meeting. Before leaving, I will have a good communication with Su Kuan to ensure that the project is running safely and smoothly. Zhao Manfu replied, your arrangement is okay. These situations will often occur in the future. If you do this, Su Kuan's management ability will gradually improve, and he can be truly reused at the appropriate time. Zhou Wencheng, okay, I will gradually adjust my working methods. Time passed quickly. Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Zhou Wencheng, and Song Xiaoshan were waiting for the meeting in the conference room of the Kyoto Business Department. Hua Baibai hurriedly walked into the conference room and asked Zhang Yunqing, the boss's fourth brother Bai Jianwu just called me and asked who made the funding plan for the Nanshan project. I felt that he was a little angry. He asked to find please call him back later, this is Bai Jianwu's phone number, you can make arrangements to call him back after you think about it. Zhang Yunqing took the small piece of paper handed over by Hua Bai with Bai Jianwu's name and contact number on it and said, okay. After Hua Baibai left the conference room, Zhang Yunqing asked Zhao Manfu for instructions. Mr. Zhao, you know, the specific work of this fund plan was compiled by Donjin, and I reviewed it. Due to time issues, I did randomly check the contract. Yes, but in the contracts I randomly checked, there was indeed no problem in the capital plan. Look, should you give you Donjin your phone number and ask you to call Mr. Bai to communicate? Zhao Manfu thought for a while and then replied, no, Yu Donjin's adaptability is slightly worse. Since Mr. Bai in such a high position wants to ask about the capital plan, I guess there is a high probability that he has found something wrong. You should give him a call and see what he means. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, okay, then let me make this call to Mr. Bai. Zhang Yunqing dialed Bai Jianwu's phone number provided by Hua Baibai and asked cautiously, hello, is this Mr. Bai? A rich male voice came from the phone, I am Bai Jianwu, who are you? Zhang Yunqing replied, I am Zhang Yunqing, the business person in charge of General Zhao Manfu of the Nanhai district of Western Construction. Your phone number was given to me by General Hua 100 Years, the Minister of Commerce of the 5th Business Department. What General Hua means is that you need to find funds for the Nanshan project. Preparer of the schedule. Bai Jianwu's voice continued to come from the phone, I don't have to find someone to compile it, as long as it is someone who knows the content of this fund plan. Are you in Nanhai or Kyoto now? Zhang Yunqing replied in a low voice, it just so happened that the 5th Business Department announced a monthly meeting. Now we are waiting for the meeting in the largest conference room of the 5th Business Department in Kyoto. Bai Jianwu asked on the phone, when will your meeting be held? Zhang Yunqing replied, it was originally scheduled to open at 9 o'clock in the morning, but now because Song, the president of the business unit, is having other important meetings, it has been postponed to 11 o'clock. Bai Jianwu's voice came from the phone, oh, I still have plenty of time. Come to my office. Zhang Yunqing asked quickly, Mr. Bai, you are not familiar with the office of the company leader. Please tell me the specific location of your office. Bai Jianwu's voice came from the phone, come out of the back door of your building and go straight. There is a 3-story building on the right. There is a sign of our Western architecture at the gate. After you come in, go to the 2nd floor and ask for my name. Just know it. Zhang Yunqing promised, okay, I'll be here right away. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Bai Jianwu to hang up the phone, he reported to Zhao Manfui, Mr. Zhao, now Mr. Bai has asked me to go to his office to communicate about this fund plan. Zhao Manfu replied, since it was arranged by Mr. Bai, we have no choice but to go. Remember, speak less and listen more, and don't be impulsive. Following Bai Jianwu's prompts, Zhang Yunqing found the 3-story short building and went to the 2nd floor. He saw that most of the offices were closed. There were neither numbers nor Chinese character reminders on the doors. There was only a light door there. He thought to himself, it's troublesome. After searching for a while, I finally saw someone and asked, which office is Bai Jianwu's? The man left in a hurry, but still pointed to Zhang Yunqing, go through this row, the 3rd room, just knock on the door and go in. Zhang Yunqing said quickly, thank you, thank you. Zhang Yunqing came to the door of the 3rd office and knocked gently 3 times, but there was no response. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to knock on the door 3 more times. This time he heard a response, and the voice of, please come in, came from the door. After Zhang Yunqing entered, he said, hello, Mr. Bai, I am Zhang Yunqing, the commercial manager of Zhao Manfu area. You just asked me to come over and explain the capital plan as you said on the phone. Zhang Yunqing saw the leader sitting in the office with a confused look on his face, and thought to himself what was going on. Did he go to the wrong office? He shouldn't have. Maybe the person just now pointed him to the wrong way. After a while, the leader who was sitting on the chair stood up and said, you said you are Zhang Yunqing, the commercial director of Zhao Manfu's general area, right? Zhang Yunqing now knew that he was wrong. When he heard the voice, it was not the same person at all. He said quickly, yes, leader, I contacted General Marshal Bai Jianwu. He asked me to come to his office. I finally asked someone in the corridor just now, told me it was the 3rd office in this row, so I broke into your office and disturbed you. What is the leader's surname? After the man stood up, he said, it's okay, come on. The office next to me after I go out is President Bai Jianwu's office. If we are destined, we will meet again in the future. Zhang Yunqing apologized and exited the 3rd office, knocking on the 2nd office 3 times. This time I heard the voice smoothly, please come in. After Zhang Yunqing opened the office door. Now I was smarter and asked first, is this Mr. Bai's office? There was a tall man sitting inside, who responded confidently, I'm Bai Jianwu, are you Xiao Zhang who called just now? Zhang Yunqing agreed, yes, I just called you Xiao Zhang. Then Zhang Yunqing walked to Bai Jianwu's desk, stopped and asked, Mr. Bai, is there anything wrong with the Nanshan project's funding plan? Bai Jianwu said politely, sit down and say that it's not convenient for you to communicate while standing like this. Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to sit down. Bai Jianwu asked, who specifically made this fund plan? Zhang Yunqing replied, the capital plan materials were made by Wang Ming, the seedlings by Yu Xingjie, and the labor site funds were made by Yu Dongjin. After the data of the first two people were completed, they were sent to Yu Dongjin for a unified summary. The report fund schedule formed. Bai Jianwu asked, after the three of them completed the form, who did they give it to for inspection? Zhang Yunqing replied, the output value data of all suppliers are formed after careful on-site verification by production, materials or seedlings, business and suppliers. There is no problem with this output value data. The payment data is based on the confirmed output value data combined with the contract. The payment terms are calculated. And this month, the payment will be halved. Because it is a work rush project, the suppliers' opinions are still relatively large. Bai Jianwu said, have you checked the payment terms of each supplier? Are you sure they are correct? Zhang Yunqing said, there are insufficient manpower on the project. One person often does the work of several people. I don't have time to check the payment terms of every contract, but I randomly checked 10 contracts. This random check in 10 contracts no errors were found. Bai Jianwu said, the payment terms of one of your stone manufacturers were wrong. I looked at all the payment terms of the stone materials that were calculated based on 90% progress, but one of them is an old supplier of Western construction. After discussing, this company's ratio is not 90%, but 70%. Zhang Yunqing's face suddenly turned red and he said, say, how could it be wrong? I arranged for Yu Dongjin to read every contract. We can't make his payment terms wrong. Bai Jianwu said, don't be stubborn. Now call Yu Dongjin and ask her to check the payment terms of Huiyao Stone's contract. Zhang Yunqing silently dialed Yu Dongjin's phone and said, check the payment terms of Huiyao Stone's contract immediately. Is the progress 90% or 70%? Yu Dongjin agreed, do we still need to check? The progress payment ratio for stone materials is 90%. Zhang Yunqing said, no, the leader is asking about this matter. You must go and investigate immediately. Tell me if you find out clearly. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, I'll check it out right away. A few minutes later, Yu Dongjin called and said, when Wang Ming was asked to give me the Huiyao Stone contract, he said he didn't need to give it to me, it was 90%. I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Now I have a look. It is indeed different, it is indeed 70% of the progress payment. Then do we need to change the capital plan? Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. After ending the phone call with Yu Dongjin, Zhang Yunqing reported to Bai Jianwu, Mr. Bai, I'm sorry, it is indeed the project department that changed the progress payment ratio of Huiyao Stone from 70% to 90%. Bai Jianwu said, well, okay, then return your capital plan, modify it, and go through the approval process again. Zhang Yunqing saw that after retreating like this, he didn't know when he would be able to sign in with Bai Jianwu again, so he explained a little anxiously, Mr. Bai, but isn't it implemented at half this time? If it is implemented at 90%, it will actually only be paid. 45% is also less than the 70% stipulated in the contract. Now the project department is scrambling for work every day and is anxious to use money. Can we forget it? Don't we change the fund plan this time? Bai Jianwu said, how can you forget it? How can the capital plan not be corrected if it is wrongly compiled? The purpose of this capital plan is to plan well in spending money. Didn't your business department teach you about spending hundreds of years? Zhang Yunqing stood up with a blushing face and replied, teaching or not, you can ask yourself for 100 years. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Bai Jianwu shouted, please come in. The person who came in was Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu said with a smile on his face, "Hello, Mr. Bai, I will explain the capital plan. Yun Qing, there are some urgent matters on the project, you go and deal with it first." Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay, and left Bai Jianwu's office. Zhang Yunqing went downstairs angrily and found a place to sit downstairs. About 10 minutes later, Yu Xingjia's call unexpectedly rang. Zhang Yunqing picked it up listlessly and asked, "Yu Gong, what's the matter?" Yu Xingjie chuckled on the phone and asked, "Did Bai Jianwu come to see you today?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, I just came down from his office and found a place to sit downstairs." "How did you know that Bai Jianwu was looking for me?" Yu Xingjie said, "Bai Jianwu called me just now and asked me if I knew Zhang Yunqing." "How about this person? Does he have any background? Why is he so temperamental?" Zhang Yunqing said, "There was a dispute over the capital plan. As you know, our capital plan has been modified several times, so I don't want to modify it again at this stage for fear of affecting the payment of the project department. Progress and work schedule arrangements." Yu Xingjie said, "Bai Jianwu, he is Boss Bai's fourth brother. There is no place for his signature on the capital plan, but sometimes he will be asked to check it. Since he said he wants to change it, just change it. Please arrange it for Yu Dan to take care of it. Submitting a new funding plan should not affect the progress." Zhang Yunqing asked again, "Yu Gong, I had a conflict with my boss's fourth brother today. Do you think you will fire me like this? That would be good. I can go back to work in the capital of Sichuan province." Yu Xingjie said, "I told Bai Jianwu that Zhang Yunqing has good technical ability, but his emotional intelligence is a little anxious, and he doesn't have any bad intentions. It's all for the good of the company. After all, he just came here and is not very familiar with the company's routines, nor does he have any bad intentions. What background is there? They are just people recommended by Zhao Manfu to join the company." Bai Jianwu said he understood and didn't say anything. You have to know that the development of Western construction to such a large scale is the result of the long-term hard work and management of several brothers and sisters of Boss Bai. As long as they understand that you are doing it for the good of the company and not for personal gain, they will be very tolerant. You can go to your class with peace of mind, and there is absolutely no chance that they will expel you for such a confrontation. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you Yu Gong. Then I will arrange for Yu Dongjin to recomplete this fund plan. When the time comes, you and Wang Ming will sign it as soon as possible. Don't delay it in the hands of the project department." Yu Xingjie smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry, the fund plan is out. Come to me at any time. I can sign it at any time. It will definitely not be delayed with me." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Xingjie, he was still quite nervous. After a slight pause, Zhang Yunqing called Yu Dongjin and said, "Yu Gong, regarding your capital plan, didn't I arrange that for every contract, you have to check whether his payment terms are all reflected in the capital plan?" Yu Dongjin agreed, "Yes, I checked them one by one. I did not find the contract document for this Huiyao stone at that time. 5 people told me that the progress was 90%. Who knew that only his was 70% progress?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "If you are wrong, you are wrong. There is nothing we can do about it. Now Mr. Bai requires that our capital plan must be corrected and re-signed for approval. Take out the current capital plan and list each supplier. All the payment terms must be checked with the contract documents. Once you have completed one check, you will put a tick on the supplier's name. Once the check is complete, take photos of the records in the process and show them to me. If there are no problems, you can revise and improve them. Form a new funding plan, and then quickly follow the approval process for everyone who signs it." Yu Dongjin agreed, "Okay. I will find each contract again and check whether its payment terms are completely consistent with the capital plan. If they are inconsistent, I will change them first. After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Yu Dongjin, he was about to leave the conference room when he saw Zhao Manfu coming downstairs. He waited for Zhao Manfu and wanted to know the result of the communication between Zhao Manfu and Bai Jianwu. After Zhao Manfu saw Zhang Yunqing, he shook his head and asked, "Yunqing, if I come later today, will you and Bai Jianwu start having sex?" Zhang Yunqing scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Maybe it's about the same." Zhao Manfu said, "This is a family business, you can't run it, you know. Bai Jianwu is also the boss, how can he fight with the boss? What kind of job is there?" Zhang Yunqing also replied angrily, "This job is frustrating, and I don't want to do it anymore. Think about it, our fund plan is actually verified before submitting it. Other projects may not be verified clearly, we first falsely reported some output values. Now that everyone is cutting the execution by half, do you think the project department we manage will suffer a big loss in terms of payment amount? Mr. Bai is still holding on to this little thing and has to re-sign this funding plan. You think it's irritating or not?" Zhao Manfu said, Bai Jianwu is one of the bosses, right? If it's urgent, shouldn't he be more urgent?" Zhang Yunqing said, Yes. Zhao Manfu said, "Since he now requires that it be revised and signed for approval, then we will go for signing and approval again, and we can arrange for people to keep an eye on it. Taking a step back, if this matter affects the project department, the company can't blame us for the progress, right?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "That's the truth. But why do I always feel weird?" Zhao Manfu said, "Don't worry about whether he is weird or not. You can arrange for Yu Dongjin to make a new fund plan first." Zhang Yunqing said, "It has been arranged just now." Zhang Yunqing followed Zhao Manfu back to the conference room of the 5th Business Department, waiting for Song Ziyuan to preside over the meeting. At almost 10 o'clock, Song Ziyuan came to the conference room, and the participants spontaneously applauded to express their welcome. Since everyone was unfamiliar with each other, Song Ziyuan introduced himself first, and then asked each participant, starting from his left hand, to give a brief self-introduction within 1 minute to diffuse the serious atmosphere. After everyone introduced themselves, Song Ziyuan said, "This meeting is the production and business expansion meeting of our 5th Division of Western Construction. The main topic is the respective issues and coordination of production and business. Due to my poor health recently, such a meeting has been postponed until today. As far as we know, this type of meeting has never been held before. My purpose in convening this meeting is to communicate various situations, solve various real-life management problems, and make our projects run more smoothly." The participants notified this time are mainly, the project manager of the project department, the business manager of the area, the vice president of production of the area, and all personnel from the Ministry of Commerce in Beijing. Among the 4 production vice presidents, Tan Yutong is the production executive general manager of the business unit, and Zhao Manfu, Lei Bing, and Tong Ling are the production deputy general managers. At present, each producer is responsible for the production management of an area alone. During the communication process, everyone focused on team building, regional differences, the actual status of project operation, and existing problems. Through this expanded exchange meeting, we conducted effective communication and proposed solutions to the problems. Okay, now everyone will speak randomly and proactively, but the speeches are not in order. In principle, everyone has to speak. The further back they are, the more speechless they are. Li Jun, the budget manager of the Ministry of Commerce, said, "For settlement, a real estate landscaping project has a budget of about 11 million and a cost of about 6.5 million. We strive to submit the report entrusted by the real estate company on November 20th. After being reviewed by the Modu Auditing Company, this is the first phase of our project. There are more than 40 construction units involved in the first phase. There is still a relatively long waiting time after the application is submitted. The operation process for the settlement of the Jingnan Weihua project should be simpler. There is only one owner, and there is no supervision, cost, etc., so management and coordination are convenient. The main reason is that compared with local greening construction companies, we are at a disadvantage, such as material organization and strain capacity lag. Another greening construction company completed the project in 10 days, but our plan has not yet been completed, and the response time is obviously longer. Our advantage is that the materials are complete, and we do a better job in the materials. Each A-supply seedling has a number, and coordination does not cost much. It is estimated that the completion acceptance certificate will be available in 15 days. The negotiated amount will not exceed 500,000, and the settlement documents will be submitted within 20 days. Song Ziyuan waited for Li Jun to finish his speech and then continued, real estate projects and municipal projects are different. They are very different. Everyone should pay attention to treating them differently during the implementation process. But one thing is the same, and that is the importance of project data to settlement. Is very important. One of our projects in Xiaohua town has already received 9 million, and the estimated settlement is 12 million. The contract amount is 16 million, and 1.5 million will be paid around October. The estimated cost, estimated gross profit, and their ratio when winning the bid are more intuitive and ideal. Due to the death of seedlings in the project, the estimated cost is 8.7 million. The actual payment has been 6.3 million, with sporadic payments not exceeding 2 million. The estimated cost has reached 11 million, and the financial pressure is relatively high. Due to the increased mortality of seedlings, the cost has increased significantly, and the gross profit margin is expected to be around 10%. The advantages of the overseas Chinese town project: integrated design and construction, unbalanced quotation, and sufficient profits. Disadvantages: off-site construction, poor conditions. The main points are: 1. The construction organization design plan is poorly executed. 2. The quality assurance system is imperfect. 3. Personnel changes are frequent. 4. There was a rush for work during October 1st, many visas were not issued, and the landscape grass was controversial. It is expected that the survival rate of landscape lawns next year will not exceed 60%, and the seedlings planted later will be fine. When will this project be completed? The owner's internal coordination issues among various departments were not fully considered. After Song Ziyuan picked up the teacup and took a sip, he continued, Shiwu Guanyang 100, yes, the settlement has been completed for 3.1 million, 700,000 will be paid soon, and 1.8 million has been paid. Yes. The settlement of the subcontract must be accelerated, and if the gross profit can be maintained at 26%, it will be basically okay. External situation of this project: Party A has historical issues, which are difficult to coordinate and resolve. Internal situation: the subcontracting team is new, management problems are prominent, and work is being rushed to respond. It's so bad that the owners have complained many times, which affects Western Construction's reputation in the industry. Su Onping, project manager of Dongshan New Merger, said, for the Dongshan New Merger project, the budget control price review has not yet been obtained, but based on the communication during the process, the gross profit can basically be guaranteed. The newly merged project is severely salinized and requires about 500,000 cubic meters of soil replacement. This is the first time for the salt discharge project to be carried out. The bidding did not go smoothly, the actual construction did not go smoothly, and the construction period could not be effectively guaranteed. Earthwork is the biggest contributing factor, and there are still 120,000 square meters of earth that have not been backfilled. The gross profit for slope protection is roughly around 15%. The construction of the third and fourth areas of the garden will be completed on the 18th of this month. The water washing area is more difficult to complete. Changes occurred on November 6, adding 4,900 square meters of hard paving. Party A agreed to postpone the completion of this area until December 25. Changes and additions: the trees are 64% complete, the shrubs are 46% complete, the lawn is 22% complete, and the landscape is 44% complete. There are 400 to 500 construction workers every day, and all civil construction will be completed by the end of this month. Difficulties in merging new projects. 1. For earthwork, the survey was not accurate during the bidding process. 2. For cement printed floors, the construction progress and construction quality of two companies are relatively poor. They have sent 2 letters to the Ministry of Commerce. Not only the color difference of their construction is huge, but the thickness of the specifications is not up to standard. 3. Funding issues, fiscal revenue may be cut off, with a repayment of 23 million and a subsequent payment of 32 million. The completed output value is 120 million, which must exceed the contract amount of 150 million. 4. It is required to change the stone supplier. The current manufacturer takes a very long time when exchanging goods. Those who require special shaped processing are not cut in the processing factory, but are cut on site. Objectively speaking, there are accuracy and aesthetic problems. The design requirements cannot be met, and the construction schedule cannot meet the on-site requirements. The genius of Chiba Chinese can remember in 1 second omega 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 .78 z omega .c.8 z.c. Song Ziyuan followed up with Su Onping, the Dongshan Zimmer project manager, and said, "There are many problems in the project now, but as for the business department, we don't want the project department to just make a report and end it, just ignore it, and just wait to ask for a report." Great result. Think about it, only the managers of your project department know the on-site situation best. When you report back to the business department, you hope that the business department can give you a satisfactory answer. After Song Ziyuan glanced at the venue, he continued, "Think about it, that is impossible to achieve at all. Therefore, the report sent by the project department to the business department must not only explain the problem clearly, but also provide several solutions. The pros and cons of each solution must be clearly stated, and they must be concise and concise. Do not make a long speech right away. Leaders are very busy, and they have no time to slowly study the content and questions of your report. There are no surprises. Your report needs to clearly state your needs." Dongshan Shinbin Golf Project Manager Zhou Qingxiao spoke after Song Ziyuan's comments. Dongshan Shinbin Golf Project, there are problems with the earthwork of the course. The earthwork team started to enter the site on June 5 this year, but they just didn't work and waited for the price to increase. It was only on July 8 that the site was closed and cleared after many negotiations. The on-site slope modeling was completed by the project department personnel by adjusting the machinery themselves. Currently, there are 3 companies in Keido that are importing soil. 2 companies are importing 500 cubic meters in total. The other company can only import about 700 to 800 cubic meters per day. On good days, it can reach 1,000 cubic meters. The entry speed of earthwork still seriously cannot keep up with the needs of the project construction progress. There are also problems with grass planting. Due to the cold weather in the new winter, the lawn design now cannot survive the winter. The lawn will die in the winter and will need to be resprayed in the next spring, which will increase the cost. Design changes to lawn varieties suitable for cold weather areas are being coordinated. There will be freezing layers in Dongshan at the end of November. I would like to ask if you have any methods to solve the problem of soil supply for tourists in advance. The foundation of the civil pump house has been completed, and there is still about 80,000 cubic meters of passenger soil to be brought into the site. It is recommended to increase the passenger soil supply team. The guest soil affects the implementation of the greening project. Currently, spraying and planting grass has been suspended. There is still a lot of grass seed that has been purchased and there is no way to continue using it. The precipitation time of the landscape bridge is very long, the water is flowing, and the river cannot stop flowing. As a high-level manager of the seedling system, Bai Jianwu was invited by Song Ziyuan to attend this meeting as a guest. Bai Jianwu made a request to Zhou Qingxiao, project manager of Dongshan Shinbin Golf, send the remaining grass seeds back to the company, and I will arrange to use them in other available project departments. Dongshan Xinbin Golf Project Manager Zhou Qingxiao promised by Jinwu, okay. Mr. Bai, I will arrange this work after the meeting. About 10,000 cubic meters of passenger soil have been admitted to the west of the practice ground, and 33% of the area has been released, which needs to be grabbed as soon as possible. Only one vehicle can be allowed in or out of the training ground for seedling transportation. One-way and non-two-way construction seriously affects the construction progress and efficiency. The total output value is 52 million. Currently, the total output value is 6 million, and the project cost will be approximately 3 million. The revenue and expenditure are basically balanced, the progress payment for September has not yet been received, and the gross profit is basically guaranteed. Tong Ling, Vice President of Production, said, the effect of Dongshan Xinbin Golf Project cannot be guaranteed due to cost reasons. The middle and lower floors of the greening design are defective. Lei Bing, the Vice President of Production who once managed the Xinmer Golf Project, added, I am more familiar with golf. I requested that the trees be planted as early as possible or be planted falsely. I was worried that the trees would not be able to enter the venue due to the passage. Fairway grass needs to be weeded before spraying. There is a golf project in Nanhai, but there is no weeding treatment. 200 people were sent to remove the weeds in a month, but they could not get rid of it. It not only increases the cost, but also makes people laugh. Song Xiaoshan, production manager of the Cheongshan Bowen Project Department, said, the first phase of the Bowen project in the South China Sea is about 100,000 square meters, with an output value of 34 million, and a cost of about 21 million, exceeding the contracted gross profit by 20%. Only through optimization the configuration increased the gross profit by 8%. Party A has agreed with the settlement statement and the company is going through the stamping process. There were heavy rains from September 30th to October 8th. The site was eroded into trenches more than 10 times, and the hard foundation subsided. Post-disaster recovery is underway. The estimated settlement for this part of the restoration is 12 million, and we strive to reach 15 million. After many communications with Party A, we agreed to handle the settlement separately after the restoration. Quality. The art director made adjustments on site many times, and the owners of the community are very satisfied with the artistic effect. Stylistically, the theme is not clear enough and the art directors change too frequently. Party A interfered a lot and did not consult with the construction party, causing serious damage to the garden. It was too arbitrary and did not avoid municipal wells. Project cost and profit analysis. 1. For garden construction materials, information price, confirmation price, and floor material price lag behind, and the profit is low. The profit for A's supply of materials is very low. 2. It is extremely difficult to access the planting soils supplied by the main entrance, and the survival rate of seedlings is low, which lowers the gross profit margin of the project. 3. Repeated adjustments were made because the landscape effect was not up to standard. I remember the most was 8 times, which increased the cost of labor and machinery and also reduced the survival rate of seedlings. Dugu Lingyun's general adjustment feedback is the best. After Song Xiaoshan finished his speech, Song Ziyuan commented, the first phase of the Bowen project in the South China Sea is successful in planning. The project team currently has 7 people, and they have done a good job in maintenance and post-disaster recovery. The project department organized all personnel to go to other good sites to learn advanced experience. They were originally rated as the worst team, but they have been studying hard, fighting hard, and constantly improving themselves. Xiaoshan told me that they have never considered themselves as the worst team. There was laughter in the venue. Song Ziyuan continued to comment on Song Xiaoshan's speech. After this process, the professional level of the settlement personnel has been greatly improved, which is gratifying. Song Xiaoshan, production manager of the Cheongshan Boyan Project Department, continued to speak. recommendations on the second phase project. There is no reason to reject half or more than half of the construction scope. If it is too small, it should be rejected. If it is half, it will be around 50 million. The situation in the second phase. 1. The construction period may not be rushed, and the requirement is to be completed by November 9 next year. 2. Observe that Party A has learned lessons and will make improvements. 3. The payment is relatively timely. 4. The production and art teams will know the project better. 5. It has positive significance for the development of the South China Sea market. Regarding communication with Party A about the second phase project. 1. Communicate frequently with Party A about the project deadlines, and negotiate well. Party A did not participate in the previous regular production meetings. 2. Party A is required to implement the instructions in writing. Oral instructions can be implemented first and then the procedures can be completed. 3. The effect must be based on the opinion of our art director. This has been proven through practice. Our level is obviously higher. Suggestions on project department management. 1. Hard and soft landscapes form a unique style of Western architecture. I only came to the company in September last year and am in the process of getting familiar with it and learning. 2. Establish a project management incentive mechanism, confirmed by the Vice President of Production and Project Manager. 3. To develop Manhwa, it is recommended to build Manhwa Nursery as soon as possible. Song Ziyuan then commented on Song Xiaoshan's speech. Xiaoshan's speech was very exciting. Among the project manager reports in recent years, it is the best one. Nanshan project manager Zhou Wenqing chose to speak after Song Ziyuan's comments. The Nanshan project has a construction area of approximately 200,000 square meters and a contract amount of 110 million. We started to request construction at the beginning of May this year. There were few sites available for us to carry out construction in the early stage of the construction, and there were only bidding construction drawings and no real feasible construction drawings. By the time the real construction drawings came out, it was already the end of September. Due to financial problems and municipal engineering issues of the general contractor, which restricts the progress of garden construction, the builder has repeatedly requested that the Nanshan project be completed by the end of December this year. After November 20th, large-scale work will be carried out. It is estimated that 64,000 square meters of grassroots work has not yet been completed. There may be some problems with the on-site labor force, and the rush work may not be completed on time. Business: the price of cement has increased, and concrete has increased by more than 30 yuan per cubic meter. A small number of seedlings have also exceeded the cost. After completion, the total cost increase will not be large, and the gross profit of the contract is basically feasible. The builder now requires the list to be converted to quotas before completing the previous work of clearing bids. The work of clearing bids has not yet been verified. The work of converting this list to quotas has not yet been completed, and the shortage of personnel has not been replenished. Jingchuang requires that the list must be converted into quotas by mid-December, and the company has been asked to strengthen communication on the settlement work. There are still a few months to complete the work of converting the list into quotas. In terms of funds, the last payment was 11 million in July, more than 7 million in August, and less than 10 million in September, with a total of 28 million collected. 8 million has been paid, and the cash flow has been positive 20 million. This month, I applied for a payment of 20 million, but after repeated efforts, I was actually only given a limit of 12 million. Even before the meeting, leaders proposed to modify the fund plan and resubmit it. The project department hopes that the company can provide more support in terms of the amount of the capital plan and the timeliness of approval, instead of nitpicking. Now the labor team and suppliers have not received project funds, and the work on site cannot be done at all. They are on site everyday worker. The builder, supervisor, and general contractor arranged for people to come to the site every day to scold our managers and issue fines to us every day. They also threatened that if we were given another 10 days and if no obvious progress could be seen on site, all the areas where we had not started construction would be allocated to other construction units for implementation. I'm very stressed now and often suffer from insomnia. I won't go to the venue if I can. It's not that I don't want to go, but I just don't dare to go. If I go to the scene, I will be scolded by others at least 3 times a day. Song Ziyuan commented on Zhou Wenqing's speech, "We must rush for work in the Nanshan project, and we must make full preparations beforehand. We must think of more solutions and complain less. Complaining will not solve the problem. We must do more work within the scope permitted by the company's framework. Provide effective and practical suggestions and opinions." Zhao Manfu spoke, "Currently the lamps for the Nanshan project are not ready, but other materials have been prepared. There are still problems with manpower deployment. Bian Jinjia, the boss of a labor team, has already raised the issue of labor wages, and he agreed to come up with it. Some people were arrested, but as a result, the scaffolding built after the arrival of the people was not dismantled as scheduled, and the garden construction of Bian Zhen's house could not be carried out, resulting in a real work shortage." Song Ziyuan commented, "As for the small matter of labor expenses, your project department can discuss it internally. It will be paid if it should be paid, and it will not be paid if it is not deserved." Bai Jianwu reminded, "Mr. Zhao. You said the materials are ready, are they all here? Don't go wrong with the materials." Zhao Manfu replied, "Mr. Bai, there are still some stones with complicated processing that are not present. However, we have sent people to the stone processing factory to supervise the production of our stones. According to the reports of those who went there, the current production progress and the transportation situation is fully able to meet our current work rush arrangement plan. Please rest assured on this." Song Ziyuan told Hua Baibai, "It is recommended that the Ministry of Commerce organize a special meeting to analyze and clarify the South China Sea quota, and make a special calculation and analysis. The company is slow to respond to decisions on some matters, and there are problems that are not anticipated in advance on site." Hua Baibai agreed, "Okay, after the meeting we will organize Zhang Yunqing to discuss and study the quota document of the South China Sea with the budget staff of the Ministry of Commerce." Jintian Polo project manager Liao Changjiang said, "The project is nearly 400,000 square meters, with a contract amount of 80 million, and an assessed gross profit margin of 23%. Through secondary operations, the gross profit margin has increased by 3%. The contract stipulates that the output value will be reported on the 22nd of every month and the payment will be made within 28 days. In actual practice, it will take 2 months for the work to be almost completed before the project payment can be actually received. The construction area of this project is large, the backbone of the project department is small, a large number of school students are recruited, and there is no practical work experience. The builder is a Hong Kong-funded company, and the project is divided very carefully. The time for planting seedlings is not suitable, and they are planted out of season. The output value of 31 million has been completed, the approved output value is 28.97 million, 14 million has been paid back, and 14 million is payable. This project will always have negative cash flow during the process due to the upper repayment conditions and the lower payment conditions. Questions and suggestions. There is a shortage of business personnel, and open source is the most important task. I hope the company can recruit experienced business budget personnel as soon as possible. The gross profit margin of bidding is very low. If the survival rate of seedlings is too low, negative output value will occur in severe cases. The content of the design company's drawings in Shanghai is not suitable for planting in Jintian, and foreigners are stubborn and do not change the drawings, which is difficult to understand. Due to Party A's chaotic management and unclear project boundaries, 2 data clerks were assigned to the project, and there were new situations every day. There is also the problem of rush for work. There is nothing in the 0607 project now. It is a problem. There is not even a material technician. The project is very passive. Communication within the company is very important. The communication in the 0607 project sample room suddenly changed, and the project department could not adapt. Bai Jianwu asked Liao Changjiang, "Is there no one in the business?" Jintian Polo project manager Liao Changjiang replied, "It turned out that there was a person from the Ministry of Commerce named Hua Xinqin. He had already returned to the company. The project quantity and budget price were not released, so he ran away. This polo ground is the first in the country. As a polo ground, I think we should pay great attention to it." Hua Baibai replied, "Liao Changjiang's polo project is too complicated. Hua Xinxin is a new student recruited by the school and cannot handle such a complicated project at all. I have already asked Li Wenwen from the Human Resources Department to recruit her quickly. Those with the above work experience will be immediately arranged for Manager Liao to come over. As for the problem of the lack of material personnel, please ask Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, to contact Manager Liao after the meeting. Be sure to designate dedicated material personnel so as not to affect the normal operation of the project department." Song Ziyuan said, "There is still a relatively big problem in the entire company that is reflected in finance. It is that the proportion of receivables is too high. Our operating data must pay special attention to this receivables, and we must step up monitoring at the project department level. We must do our best to reduce the proportion of receivables to the total output value and increase the proportion of receivables to the total output value. Otherwise, we will not be welcomed in the stock market, which is of particular concern to the boss." Lin Yiping spoke, "At the beginning of the year, the fifth business unit was required to complete the output value target of 300 million. Now according to statistics, it has only completed the output value of 260 million. There are still more than 1 month left before this year passes. The pressure on this output value is still a bit high." Song Ziyuan said, "The pressure on production value is huge. We are a listed company. Please be careful with the project department. The production value entered must be true and effective, and you must not do anything that goes against your conscience." Song Ziyuan continued, "Our business department's project startup fee savings are relatively large, which shows that the project department has not really taken action. This is not a good phenomenon in terms of achieving output value. The amount that should be collected has not been recovered. According to the current data, our business department is the largest, and the amount owed is 1.5 billion. Therefore, in the next step, we must strengthen this collection work and improve the collection. All the details of the payment work should be sorted out, and the responsibility should be placed on the head of the person. It cannot always be a mess." Song Ziyuan touched his right forehead and arranged, "In the future, we will hold some summary meetings from time to summarize the current problems. The speaker will be myself. The new team is constantly adding people. Let's take this opportunity to let everyone know. Get familiar with it. From now on, we will do it once at the end of each quarter and 4 times a year. We will do it in each area, and the expenses will be managed by each area. On-site inspections and travel expenses will be paid by the company. Now I don't feel like home. I don't know who is responsible for these things. I lack a sense of belonging. Our meeting has been going on for so long, and I feel like we haven't gotten to the underlying issues yet. Now let's ask the director and vice president to talk about the main issues. Just 1 or 2 sentences will do." Su Onping spoke first, the main issues of the Dongshan new merger project. 1. The garden construction team is too weak. 2. The labor team used for greening is not convenient to manage. It is recommended to use your own team of workers. 3. Material procurement, the company and the project department must be smooth and have consistent goals. 4. Project staffing should be quality rather than large. It is recommended to have a mix of old, middle-aged and young people. Zhao Manfu said, the project team must be able to worry less. The main relationships on the project are nothing more than the following relationships. 1. The relationship between increasing revenue and reducing expenditure cannot be solved when money is urgently needed. Naturally, it is impossible to increase revenue and reduce payment. 2. Regarding the relationship between landscape effects and business interests, it is recommended that the art director obey the management of the project manager. 3. Employee rewards must be cashed in a timely manner, and the Ministry of Commerce must account and cash them in a timely manner. Hua Bai spoke, let me talk about a few things about the Ministry of Commerce. 1. The business team is relatively young and is developing too fast. 2. Suppliers' reserves are weak. 3. The current business people are busy making payments and their business intensity is not enough. 4. The project department and the company's commercial department do not communicate, fight for rights, and fail to implement, reflecting an unclear division of labor. 5. The production and business communication of the project are okay, but the company's business and project communication are not smooth, and the goals are consistent. Song Ziyuan commented and replied. 1. Employee reward issues. Leaders in charge should care about your employees. Leaders in charge should remember to come to the company to promote solutions and come to me for coordination when there are difficulties. 2. Organization chart. Now the entire business unit is not running in a systematic manner, which is specifically reflected in the following aspects. A. Young team. B. The leaders in charge are unclear and some projects are left unattended. C. The division of labor in project operation functions is unclear. There was no dust when laying out the wires at the construction site, and when the trees were planted, it was discovered that there were not enough cranes, and the scene was in chaos. 80 teams were arranged to rush for work on the Tongda project, and 70 trees were planted within 2 hours. How much profit will you consume in this way? What does the project manager focus on? This refers to director-level project managers. The primary responsibility is the business and information teams. One person can be in charge of up to 4 people. This is not what I said, it is a management theory. So who are the other 2 people? Should one be the production manager, and the other should be the project finance manager? If your director-level project manager's management is a stick-to-the-bottom management method, a slightly larger project will not only exhaust you to death, but also make the management a mess, making the middle managers below not want to take care of it, nor dare to take care of it. As a leader, help him clarify his thinking, supervise him and lead him to do what he does, not do it for him. The vice president of production has to go to the front line to find problems. Many leaders are superficial and only listen to reports. You must know that employees' judgment is not enough, which may lead to misunderstandings, and ultimately miss important things. Each project should think about personnel and positioning issues on its own. In terms of resources, the company must play the emotional card, and whether to find ways to consider resource support issues. For the vice president of production, when the company recruits people for you, you must make good use of them and not waste precious human resources. At present, many business authorities are still placed in the commerce department of the business unit. Company executives are meeting to discuss that in the future, the business authority is likely to be delegated to projects and regions. Song Ziyuan looked at everyone and said, "This meeting has been going on for a long time. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back to the conference room in 10 minutes to continue the meeting." As soon as Song Ziyuan finished speaking, several people rushed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, everyone in the meeting returned to their seats quietly. Song Ziyuan continued, "How is the Ministry of Commerce positioned? As a management, we hope that project managers will take the initiative. Some projects require overtime work. If you pay cash, it will be done immediately and it will be solved. If you care more about solutions, better results are welcome. As for the greening team, there is a very good team that can beat 3 with 1. There is no tacit understanding between production and business, and the problem lies in management thinking, which is a common problem. The more accusations there are, the less support is achieved. Don't avoid it if the quality of the seedlings or the tree shape is not good. This is also due to the lack of staff and limited resources. For the Tomda project, there are 14 million cubic meters of soil. After the design drawings are revised, there are still 10 million cubic meters. If 100,000 cubic meters are transported in one day, it will take 100 days to transport. Wang Dashi is the biggest boss. Whoever has the ability will do it. There are 5 or 6 earth-moving teams. The price is set in advance and he is asked to finish the work before it is given to other areas. Otherwise, it will be given directly to others. After laying out the line, each family has a grid of 100 meters by 100 meters, 1 meter deep, and each family can grab it themselves. In the end, Wang Dashi and his family did more than half of the earthwork. If managed properly, obvious benefits can be achieved. People in project business should pay more attention to business planning and do a good job in open source work. Song Ziyuan took a sip of tea and continued, the production system is not involved in marketing and business bidding. It is unclear whether there are any problems with the signing of the contract. It is not systematic enough. Production personnel must participate in the marketing of the project throughout the entire process, bidding link. Business and production are inseparable, and more attention should be paid to the preliminary work. Later in the afternoon, Mr. Zhao talked about the Cheongshan Bowen project in the South China Sea, and the work should be carried out around the vice president. The support situation of the garden construction team is poor, there is no accumulation, no preparation, and no systematic and long-term consideration of this issue. The materials will also be discussed in the afternoon. According to our development plan, there will be a gap of about 100 people in the talent team next year, which is a huge gap. It was mentioned at the executive meeting yesterday that next year, other major projects in other business divisions will achieve an output value of 1 billion within 1 year. Comrades, let's think carefully about whether we should work harder. If we don't fight, we will fall behind. If we fall behind, we will be beaten. That's it for the morning. Everyone will come here at 1 o'clock after lunch to continue the meeting. Oh no, it's almost 1 o'clock. Let's get here at 1:30 and continue the meeting. In 100 years, you arranged for colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce to guide everyone to find a place to have dinner together. Lunch has already been booked. Hua Bye quickly agreed, okay. Then we spent hundreds of years arranging for personnel from the Ministry of Commerce to take the initiative to help distribute meal boxes and guide everyone to find empty seats to dine. At 1:30 in the afternoon, it was time for the meeting again. Song Ziyuan was still giving the lecture. In 2011, the company's business vision was to retain the municipal administration and the city. The municipal administration is mainly in the northeast of General Tao Wuming, the city is mainly in the lakes and rivers in East China, and the third is mainly in North China and a little northwest, Dongshan, Xishan, Jintian, Sugan, Xianing, Qingchong. General Lei Bing is the executive vice president of the 5th Business Unit. What is the division of labor? The production manpower is currently insufficient. For example, production Tongling always has only one project manager, Su Onping. After the new year, basically every vice president of production will have several projects to manage, and each project will need a complete project management team. Projects include Dongshan City Fertilizer, which costs 400 renminbi to 500 million renminbi, Jinxiang Road River Management, which costs 500 renminbi to 600 million renminbi. There is also a municipal park project under discussion in Zhuri City, which costs approximately 300 million renminbi. Xishan is about to start a project. The municipal government is working on it and is preparing to take over a 9.5-kilometer project with an investment of 500 to 600 million. The original plan was to complete 300 million in 2011. There is only one project manager, Liao Changjiang. For Executive Vice President Lei Bing, Mr. Lei's ability to lead a new team is relatively strong. Jinxiang Road River Management is going to be managed by Tan Yutong, with 2 project managers, namely Peng Xiyuan and Zhang Pingfan. The commercial person in charge of the area is Han Jiangkai. Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, is currently working on the Nanshan Nanhai project. Before the new project is started, he will be working on a section of Jinxiang Road. After the new project is started, he will return to the southwest. Let's talk about Lin Kai's matter again before confirming it. I really don't want to see problems with the project. After the start of the new year, according to the company's plan, it may be necessary to have an independent vice president of seedlings. Mr. Tong Ling's area business is equipped with 1 Jiangwo, and there are 2 to 3 material staff. In the future recruitment process, the vice president of production can appoint anyone below the deputy director level. After Zhou Qingshao's golf business decreased, the business department set up a professional earthwork department. Zhou Qingshao can be asked to provide all-round support for all earthwork work in all projects. Jingshi team, the company has a fixed team called Wuichun. When you have landscape stone installation on your project, remember to find this team, otherwise you will not be able to sign the contract if you find another team. Having said so much, that's about it. Next, please discuss the large municipal projects first, focusing on their difficulties. Dongshan Zinmer project manager Su Onping said, I think there are a few points that need to be noted. 1. Extensive market research in the early stage, including background, social environment, etc. 2. The fund allocation status of the government where the project is located over the years. 3. Local hydrology and soil conditions. 4. Local sand, stone and other main material sites and their supply and transportation conditions. Peng Xiyuan said, earthwork and mechanical preparations for large municipal projects are very important. Appraisal work is different. It is not about appraising the price beforehand, which is more difficult. Tong Ling said, the thing about real estate projects is that there is always one person who can determine whether it is possible or not. Large municipal administrations are very political. First of all, we must consider the external environment and investment environment. Business is particularly important. To guide production, business is definitely not antagonistic, and a sense of responsibility is very important. Procurement is a psychological battle. Training is very important, horizontal comparison, and data formation. What kind of machinery should do how much work, how much time should it take, etc., need to be as clear as possible. Song Ziyuan said, the Zhenfu project needs to be aligned, who should be contacted, and whether it has the ability to deploy horizontally. The last 3 people who can decide how much money to give you, and what kind of work you should do should be found and used to overcome hardness with softness. You need to be able to do shows, and Zhenfu projects need to be run by everyone. The biggest internal restriction is design issues, which test people's will and quality. The vice presidents of production discussed the staffing situation of how many and what types of people are needed for a project configuration. Lei Bing said, a vice president of production must manage at least one large-scale project of more than 200 million and less than 500 million a year, and be equipped with a project manager above the director level, a business manager above the deputy director level, 3 budgeters, and a material supervisor, a seedling supervisor, a production manager, a financial manager, and at least 1 professional engineer from each field involved. Safety officers and testers must be equipped according to national requirements, and at least 2 experienced data clerks must be assigned. The project manager must be able to coordinate the communication and reporting between various bureaus and the deputy mayor, and the information must be kept up to date in a timely manner. If a vice president of production manages medium-sized projects worth 80 million renminbi to 200 million renminbi, it is recommended that he manage 4 such projects per year. It is recommended not to take on projects below 30 million renminbi or 40 million renminbi. If our company is equipped with all the key personnel, such a small project will probably easily result in losses. Zhao Manfu said, in my personal opinion, the business department should have an expert group on seedlings and cost, and form a group procurement for future materials to place large orders. Logistics, canteens, and offices can be configured in a simple manner. Song Ziyuan said, "Group procurement is a good direction, and Sun Zhengwen's cost center is starting to do such a thing. For contracts, price recognition, and procurement, the project manager should have an execution manager. The project manager focuses on business, and the execution manager handles the rest. A separate budget for costs should be allocated. Teams and organizations must be orderly, efficient and reasonable. You can have someone who handles company procedures. Don't stick to formalities. You can talk about anything." Liao Changjiang said, "It is very important to have a project manager with an executive manager, so that the project manager can spare time and energy to focus on business work and implement open source issues." Song Ziyuan said, "The material manager needs a deputy to take care of miscellaneous materials and small purchases. Can the newly merged projects be integrated into a team? Mr. Tong needs to think about it. Grassroots technical staff, recruitment plus training plus stability, the project manager is only regarded as an organizer. Top-down promotion may not be good, training is for your benefit. What if the business unit wants to complete 1 billion next year? According to preliminary estimates, there is a shortage of about 6 project directors. Su Onping is currently in charge of 61 people, and Liao Changjiang is in charge of 21 people. A project department worth 100 million renminbi requires approximately 40 people to manage, and a project department worth 1 billion renminbi requires 400 people. There are only 100 people now, and the output value is about 300 million, but there are manpower gaps everywhere. The municipal government currently has more than 200 people to handle about 500 million. According to this calculation, it will require nearly 400 people to handle 1 billion. President Tong's people can basically be divided into 2 organized project departments, and the missing manpower will be supplemented by new people. The 4 vice presidents wrote orders to Li Wenwen and completed the reserve of human resources before the end of the year. We must learn to cherish the people around us and use their strengths. The greening labor service is left to the vice president of production to explore. The labor service will become a big bottleneck for development at the beginning of the year. Tong Ling said, "The most confusing thing is the labor service. The technical skills are poor. The planted seedlings are dead. There is no artistic effect, let alone business results. One company's labor service is managed in a military style, and its units are regiments, battalions, companies, platoons, squads, etc. Labor urgently needs organic organization." Liao Changjiang said, "The labor service and teams are relatively fixed now, and the responsibility can be assigned to each person. There is a serious shortage of human resources. Team leaders and workers with pruning skills should be paid more. Trained workers require stability, and to avoid being stuck at work, small subcontracting can be adopted. Wages are low and the team is unstable. Generally speaking, it is easier for the wife of the village party secretary to help solve the problem of shortage of migrant workers." Peng Siyuan said, "The problem of high wages for part-time workers must be solved in a given quantity. It must have its own technical team and form a better assessment method. Whether greening labor subcontracting should use its own workers depends on the specific environmental conditions of the project. To make sure, don't be one size fits all. We need to change how we manage technicians, and we can't treat them like ordinary workers." Liao Changjiang said, "For the division of labor, the remuneration can be treated differently. General workers can earn about more than 2,000 yuan a month, which is easier to stabilize." Tong Ling said, "The pruning team leader needs to be a little higher. The efficiency of our own workers is many times higher than that of temporary workers. It can also reduce the management risks of project managers." Song Ziyuan said, "According to the current situation of the company, it is impossible to rely solely on the company to support its own team of workers. It is impossible to support so many workers. Pilot projects are already underway, but there are no clear results yet. We still need to retain some high-quality greening labor teams. Regarding pruning and lifting, a production vice president requires a team of about 50 people. 365 days x 50 people x 120 yuan per day equals 2.19 million yuan. After these workers worked for 2 months. Start paying him the previous month's salary, and the Spring Festival's salary will be deferred until he starts working next year. With a 2-year time limit, within this time gap, we will recruit the best greening construction team. It is very easy to increase the survival rate of seedlings by 5%, so it is recommended to find a large greening labor team to develop. Peng Siyuan said, stones must at least find supplier shops to control risks, and we must not find chuanchuaner for stone materials. Otherwise, when the money is paid, people will run away, and we won't know where to cry. Song Ziyuan spoke, as for the team's issues. 1. It is necessary to support 1 or 2 people and let them develop and grow. 2. Dig and search within the company's internal information. 3. Dig and search externally. Always look for it consciously. How are the corporate quotas of other business units implemented? People from the Ministry of Commerce are going to investigate and find out. Recently, I have heard some people say that the price of our enterprise quota is too low and unreasonable. Hua Baibai agreed. The enterprise quotas were worked out in advance by the cost center and were compiled with reference to Kyoto's quota levels. When each project uses enterprise quotas, the quota can be adjusted according to local floor material prices, and the labor cost is allowed to fluctuate within 10%. Lei Bing said, as for the target responsibility letter, it is currently only compiled by the business department and requires the project manager to sign it, which is actually unreasonable. It is recommended to measure the cost of the project again before discussing it with the business department. True cost plus team selection can all be implemented together. Source of shortlisted teams. First ask if there are any recommended teams on the project. The company will clearly state the recommended teams. Some teams in Nanshan have been negotiated for 1 round. It will be easier for the bidding to be successful if they are compared and selected. Otherwise, the quotation may be quite confusing. The project director must be in place when opening bids. Han Jiangkai spoke, the bidding plan of the project has been confirmed and is in use, and it must be countersigned. The project manager and the vice president of production signed to choose whether the bid will be opened in the project department or the business department. The bid opening does not determine who wins the bid. The bid can be determined after negotiation. Song Ziyuan said, it is not difficult to explain why there are emotions in production. Engineering personnel must participate in the bidding and second negotiation. People from the Ministry of Commerce have contacted and solicited opinions. The project manager has a preference for the team because he understands the team better, which will be more conducive to his management in future project implementation. Hua Baibai said, we have done our job well and communicated well. Now it is inappropriate to say that we have not participated. Is there a misunderstanding? Guidance prices are necessary and should be controlled within reasonable profits. Do not create opposition and do not want to be commercial. If you insist on having your own way, the benchmark will be determined by the people who produce it. Song Ziyuan said, when the business department goes to work, the last people to leave at night are all people from the commerce department. They have been operating at overload. Mr. Lei has been an old employee for more than 10 years. I hope this kind of meeting will be held frequently in a small area. The work of recruiting personnel and forming new teams must start immediately. The problem of labor team resources and the problem of stone team suppliers must also be taken into action immediately to solve. This concludes this meeting, thank you all. The meeting adjourned. Hua Baibai stood up and shouted, please stop for a moment. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, all the personnel from the Ministry of Commerce who are back for the meeting this time plus the personnel from the Ministry of Commerce in Beijing will meet in the small conference room number 3 of the business department. Zhang Yunqing quietly went to Hua Centennial Hui and reported, Mr. Hua, I still have many urgent matters to deal with in the Nanshan project. Can I not attend the meeting tomorrow morning? Hua Baibai replied, No, Yunqing, this meeting organized by General Song is very important. The work of our Ministry of Commerce must also be discussed and determined by the meeting tomorrow to determine the key work directions for the future, so we cannot be absent. As soon as Zhang Yunqing walked out of the conference room, he received a call from Yu Dongjin. Mr. Zhang, is your meeting over? It's over, what can I do? Didn't you arrange for me to check the fund plan this morning? I have completed the verification and have sent photos of the verification traces to your QQ as per your request. Please review them. After Zhang Yunqing hung up the phone, he took a few minutes to browse through it quickly and confirmed that everything had been checked. It was indeed the company called Huiyao Stone that paid a higher proportion of the progress payment to others. Then he called Yu Dongjin and said, There is no problem. I have asked everyone to sign and go through the process for approval. Yu Dongjin agreed, because I have been waiting for you for a long time and have been in meetings. I first asked someone from the project department to sign. For the rest that have not been signed, you need to find a computer in the business department to print them out and complete Mr. Zhao's signature. Then leave it to Lin Yiping to go through the subsequent signing and approval procedures. Zhang Yunqing agreed, anyway, I want to find Lin Yiping. You send it to him immediately and I will find her. Zhang Yunqing said to Zhou Wencheng and Zhao Manfu, our capital plan needs to be re-signed and approved. The project department's signature has been completed. Yu Dongjin called me just now and sent it to Lin Yiping. Let's go to Lin Yiping to print it out, and then all 3 of us have to sign. Zhou Wencheng and Zhao Manfu nodded in agreement. Zhang Yunqing walked quickly to the front to find Lin Yiping. When Lin Yiping saw Zhang Yunqing coming, she said, Gong Zhang, you're here. I was about to find you. Zhang Yunqing replied, Yes, Lin Gong, I would like to trouble you to print out the new fund plan sent by Yu Dongjin for me. I have invited all the people who signed the project department to come over. Lin Yiping smiled and said, It has been printed. You sign it first. This is a signature pen. Zhang Yunqing replied, Thank you. After signing, Zhou Wencheng and Zhao Manfu also arrived. Zhang Yunqing asked them both to sign and then handed it over to Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing asked, When will the capital plan be signed? Forest workers and the project department are very anxious. If it is not signed, the payment will not be made. Lin Yiping said, Don't worry, I'll go to Mr. Hua and Mr. Song to sign it right away. If everything goes well, I'll probably be able to sign everything tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yiping took the Nanshan project's funding plan to Hua Baiyin, and Hua Baiyin quickly signed it. Lin Yiping took the Nanshan project's capital plan and found the business unit president Song Ziyuan who was about to get off work. After Song Ziyuan made a brief inquiry, he also signed successfully. The next day continued with the meeting of the Ministry of Commerce hosted by Hua Centenary. Hua Baibai first made a meeting request after the meeting started. This is a rare opportunity, and it is rare to have such a complete staff. It happened that the production expansion meeting hosted by Mr. Song yesterday also put forward higher requirements for our business work. In today's meeting, I would like to hold an experience sharing session on costs. Everyone shared their own personal and important cost management experiences. I initially calculated that the business leaders of the 4 regions can provide about 10 pieces of experience, and each person on the project can provide 5 pieces of experience. The other staff can freely use their ideas and ask questions freely. The Ministry of Commerce's management ideas are divided into 2 parts. Part company, part project. Okay, everyone can speak freely. Deputy Commercial Director Wen Jiangwo said, I think the current conflict between business and production is quite prominent. After all, everyone works together in the project department. It is recommended that we find ways to reduce conflicts and weaken them, so that all personnel in the project department can truly unite and face the supervision, cost, construction party, auditing unit, etc. together to strive for greater interests for the company. Hua Bai spoke. The proposal of strengthening the army is a good one, but there is a drawback of this matrix management that cannot be solved for a while. However, since the problem has become more prominent, we must always pay attention to our words and deeds, and try your best to provide good service and do not irritate production management personnel. Regarding the future work direction of our Ministry of Commerce personnel, I think there are a few points that require special attention. 1. Business planning. The division of labor must be clear in the early stage, and cost, quotation, and project business personnel must participate in the entire process. During the process, project business personnel must conscientiously implement the existing plan, and make timely corrections if problems are discovered. 2. Before the project starts, the target cost must be drawn up and distributed to the project department. This is mainly prepared by the business department. If time permits, the target cost can be negotiated with the project department before signing a target responsibility letter. 3. The following bidding process. Except for bulk materials, the project organizes bidding, and the project submits a contact letter to the company for review. The company gives a guide price plus an upper and lower limit price, and the price can be set if it does not exceed the red line. If it exceeds the price, it needs to be confirmed by the Vice President of Production. The company must supervise, and the Vice President of Production and Project Manager must have solutions if the standards are exceeded. The winning bid list and contract countersign must be submitted to the company for approval through the process. Business management work must gradually shift from process control to target control. Whether the settlement is with an upper or lower company, you must participate in the review. The materials specified by the project must be strictly controlled to meet the quality and delivery time requirements of the project. The Deputy Commercial Director of the region should supervise the various cost processes of the projects in charge of him. Difficulties in business management work. In the future, the company will establish a cost center, the project procedures must be complete, the company must be audited, and the financial center requirements are very strict. Another difficulty is that the current business manpower gap is relatively large and people cannot be recruited anywhere. The existing business personnel in each area must understand and support them and take the initiative to undertake more business work to share the company's worries and solve problems. Han Jiangkai, Deputy Director of Commercial Affairs, said, I think that for commercial personnel, everyone's job responsibilities must be clear, and everyone must know which tasks are their own, that is, everyone must know what they have to do. What? Hua Bai said, in the process of specific work, everyone must grasp the details, keep the form but not the spirit, and remember that the core responsibility of the Ministry of Commerce is to ensure that the gross profit of the assessment target responsibility letter must be achieved. Cost data files should be kept relatively confidential, and electronic versions should be rarely sent, especially to production managers. Wen Jiangwo, Deputy Director of Commercial Affairs, said, there must be strict requirements from the beginning of the project. Engineers, suppliers, and material technicians are required to participate in the acceptance inspection. Sporadic materials can be purchased by 1 or 2 companies. Communicate directly with the person in charge of the project about the price of sporadic materials. Once it is settled, you will only be responsible for picking up the goods, inspecting the goods, settling accounts, and making payments. Regarding sporadic materials, it is recommended that the company strengthen management, because only a few people can sign it and turn it into money, and unlike other materials that can be found physically for verification, the loopholes are relatively large. Deputy Commercial Director Wen Jiangwo continued to speak, Mr. Hua, aren't you planning to check the commercial work of several new projects? I thought about it and listed a few checkpoints. I will report them here. If possible, I will just follow the following points to prepare. 1. Business planning documents for each project. 2. design change documents for each project. 3. Completed visa documents for each project. 4. Contract documents and main terms. 5. Output value reporting. 6. Recognize the price. 7. Settlement preparations. 8. Ledger, suppliers, contracts, payments, visas, etc. Spend 100 years to praise Wen Jiangwo, the suggestions you made are good, but you must also pay attention to distinguishing these things. Most of them have to distinguish between upper and lower. Specifically, after the meeting, you can communicate more with Lin Yiping. Check. None of us have done this work before, but we can't do it without checking. We can only learn to do it. Jean Haoren, civil construction estimator of Cheongshan Boyan project, said, after so many years of work experience, in summary, I think our business work is divided into links, and we should pay attention to the following situations. 1. Business operations. Investigate local customs and customs, understand the prices of floor materials, and form good interactive relationships with relevant local people. 2. Material link. Instill the business philosophy of all employees, improve the working atmosphere, and strive to control the lower costs and upper price recognition work. It is necessary to find out the cost price and target value of each material. 3. Match the settlement process. Manhwa is accustomed to taking 1% of the amount submitted for review as the audit fee. This should be noted when determining the amount submitted for review. You must be familiar with the cost quota system and clearly understand the adjustment coefficients specified in the quota. There is no matching quota for wood processing, and manual adjustments must be based on the latest rate adjustment documents. Draw as-built drawings. Trees and large shrubs are easy to spot on site now and cannot be drawn blindly. Let the construction party understand the difficulties of our construction party, and seek more signatures during discussions. For treat suppliers, we should provide them with some help within our capabilities to reduce their costs and meet the company's cost control requirements. 5. I am both a budget clerk and a manager of scattered materials. Let me introduce to you how I got here. I signed unit price contracts with several local hardware stores, and agreed to settle the account every 5,000 yuan. There are people who need sporadic materials on the project to sign the orders and get the goods and then settle the accounts on time. All orders are recorded in the ERP before being sent away. Usually, I often need to work overtime to record the ERP. The review of the orders can be done by the cashier of the project, and the cashier is also responsible for the checkout and payment. Go and pay. I just need to reconcile the account with the store. Basically, every person participating in the meeting has to say at least 2 sentences. Zhang Yunqing had a good understanding of this kind of formal things, and when he really couldn't fool him, he just said a few words casually, and he managed to get over the meeting. Zhang Yunqing believes that all things need to be analyzed in detail, and there are no cookie-cutter rules to follow. Everything should be grasped appropriately in the process of moving forward. In many cases, it is better to react faster than anything else, and it's not just some useless stuff. This is far from the idea of spending hundreds of years. If you don't believe it, read on. I was very happy to see everyone share a lot of experience. I said to everyone, this cost-sharing meeting of the Ministry of Commerce was held well. Everyone shared valuable experience. I am wondering if I will use this in the future. These experiences have been collected and organized into an experience manual for our Western construction cost management. Whenever there is a new employee, we will provide him with training. This will help to quickly promote the company's cost management concept and help new employees quickly integrate into the company's management team. Okay, this meeting ends here and is dismissed. After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing contacted Zhao Manfu, who was still waiting in the hotel with Zhou Wencheng. So I asked Zhou Wencheng to arrange for the project cashier to help book the tickets for the 3 people to return to the Nanhai Nanshan project department from Kyoto. Based on the booked flight information and preliminary estimates, the time from the hotel to the airport to boarding the plane was relatively sufficient. The three of them made an appointment to find a restaurant to have lunch before leaving. The three of them turned right after leaving the hotel and sat down at a random Sichuan restaurant. After Zhao Manfu communicated with the waiter, he quickly arranged meals and drinks. While waiting for the food to be served, the three of them discussed their return to Beijing for a meeting. Zhao Manfu asked, "How do you two feel about returning to Beijing for this meeting?" Zhou Wenqing replied casually, "It doesn't feel good." Zhao Manfu smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhou, you are not very good at this, but what makes me feel so profound? Can you explain it in detail?" Zhou Wenqing also smiled depressedly, "Mr. Zhao, please stop trying to clean me up. There's nothing profound about it. I really feel that it's not good, so I just answered casually." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "It's not like you just acted on your feelings, but you have a deeper understanding, so you can say this." Zhou Wenqing said sheepishly, "Actually, I'm not good at words either. The reason why I said the meeting he held was not very good was because I think about it from my own perspective. For example, the number one difficulty that needs to be solved for our Nanshan project is the funding problem. It has not been solved and has not even been mentioned. Moreover, the funding plan has to be re-edited due to some small errors. And sign approval. These waste time and consume the willpower of the project management team. Originally, everyone wanted to work together to do things well in the company, but some managers gave people the impression that if they can't find your mistakes, they can't show their own level. Obviously it can be handled simply and efficiently, but they are very willing to toss you over and over again, causing the project department to miss the opportunity to respond. In the end, the general contractor, supervisor, construction party, etc. will not trust the project department at all, but always want to seek help. Find someone who can make the final decision to communicate and implement issues. In this situation, Mr. Zhao, please help me clear up my doubts. Who among us in Western architecture can currently make the final decision? Zhao Manfu took a sip of tea, calmed down and replied, "I didn't expect that our Mr. Zhou, who is not good at words, can have such a deep understanding of project management. From now on, I will really look at you with admiration. The final decision you mentioned just now, whether it's smaller or hundreds of thousands, can be made with me. Larger matters of 1 million or more can currently be made with Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. But looking at the company's current ideas about setting up cost centers, material centers, and labor centers, I estimate that the current situation is relatively good, but it will be worse in the future." Zhou Wenqing replied, "It's difficult to rectify it now, but how can we rectify it in the future when it becomes more complicated?" Zhang Yunqing said, "I have founded 2 companies so far. In fact, when every business first starts, management may be completely blank. The reason is simple, there are few people at the beginning. The boss or shareholder of a company generally uses the principle of maximizing the company's interests as the criterion for making decisions, and the main managers of the company can easily reach a consensus. However, as the enterprise grows larger and larger, both the employees and the boss of the enterprise hope to quickly establish the enterprise's management system. Even if the management system is imperfect, it doesn't matter, but it cannot be without a management system. This is a common understanding among everyone. Ever since, everyone has gradually helped the company establish this management system with your words and my words. In fact, when we established these systems, there was a principle underlying them. This is the hope that in the future, the system will manage the enterprise, not people. Why do people prefer that systems manage enterprises rather than people managing enterprises? Because most people agree that people are actually selfish, and they cannot remain impartial and selfless in the face of interests. This is true between the boss and his employees, and perhaps the same is true between the boss's shareholders. Why? The shareholder structures of the 2 startups I have personally experienced are very simple. There are 2 shareholders. Are you saying that it is easy for 2 shareholders to discuss this? Right? Zhou Wenqing agreed, yes, can't the 2 shareholders still discuss it? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I'm not saying that all two shareholders can't negotiate well. But in the two companies I have experienced, the two shareholders did not negotiate well. Zhou Wenqing asked with great interest, can you talk about them separately? Zhang Yunqing took a deep breath and said, you can talk about it. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable recalling the original mistake again. But I also think, if we have already made a mistake before, but we still can't find the mistake, isn't it wrong to look for the wrong reasons and solutions, or simply not to look for the wrong reasons and solutions? Zhao Manfu said, I think we should summarize the past so that we can face the future more efficiently, which is a better choice for each of us. Anyway, we are living here for a while now, so you might as well talk about it, and we can analyze it together. Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, okay. Let's talk about the first software company first. When the software company was founded in 2001, it seems that the company was established relatively early. Later, my friends helped me analyze it. Because there were too many piracy in Sichuan capital city, it was best not to open a small-scale software company like ours in Sichuan, let alone in a remote area of Sichuan. Okay, I've covered both of these. Another thing is that when I opened a software company, I had no money but only skills, so I thought of finding a rich person to partner with me to open a software company. The accounting at that time was very simple. Each set of software sold for 3,000 yuan, other similar brand software sold for 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per set. Selling 10,000 sets would be 30 million, and the cost was estimated to be within 1 million, which was completely feasible. Livable. Net profit can reach 29 million. It is relatively easy to achieve these, because the software has been successfully developed and may have slight advantages compared with similar software on the market. Because it is developed by myself, you can find errors at any time or have good ideas, and you can find the source code to modify it at any time to form a better software version. Zhao Manfu asked, it sounds very tempting, but why did it fail? Zhang Yunqing said, the reasons for the failure, I summed up, there was no good sales, and I did not go to the competent authority to obtain certification. Later, my friend who was successful in this industry told me that the biggest reason was actually the lack of sales. He only knew programming, but his brother was very good at sales, and he chose the city well, so he succeeded. Zhao Manfu asked, is the failure of software companies related to shareholders? Zhang Yunqing replied, there are only two shareholders. One is my technical investment, accounting for 49% of the shareholders, and the other is an investor, which you also know. The failure of this software company, now that I think about it, is related to me. I think it should be bigger. At that time, software companies could only generate very little revenue, and sales were always very poor. I didn't feel that I had enough money from investors to invest in a software company. If it failed, investors would the loss is even more serious. Alas, this area is quite chaotic, and I may not have thought it through until now. Because I got involved in the software industry so early, I shouldn't be unable to develop it anyway. Zhou Wenqing said, actually, can it be described as bad luck? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, this is a simple judgment method. Zhou Wenqing asked again, what about the other company? Zhang Yunqing said, the other company is a cost consulting company. It has only two shareholders. There are two main reasons for its failure. 1. The shareholders were not aligned and could not advance and retreat together. At that time, I was a full-time entrepreneur and the other shareholder was a part-time entrepreneur. They could not help much in management and were seriously hindered in investment. 2. I am too eager to demand rapid development of the company. Later, after the failure, I tried to calculate the mathematical model. With the development speed at that time, the payment collection could not keep up, my ability to advance funds was exhausted, and the capital chain was broken. According to calculations, the time from the establishment of the company to this point is about a few hours. Moon. Later practice proved that the company had existed for more than half a year, and at any rate it had been idle for a few more months. Finally, it could no longer survive and had no choice but to close its doors completely. Then he came out to work again. Zhou Wenqing asked, since the mathematical model has proven that it doesn't work, why do you still want to open that cost consulting company? Zhang Yunqing replied, that mathematical model was not something I could establish at the beginning. It was slowly established based on my own understanding during the operation of the enterprise. Especially when the company was about to close down later, I felt particularly uncomfortable, and I didn't know how to face it in reality. It was accumulated through the process of thinking bit by bit, and the calculation mathematical model was obtained after constant revision. In other words, if I had not experienced those things, would not be able to build the mathematical models that I later discovered. Zhou Wenqing asked, does that mean that every enterprise may one day perish? It just depends on the length of time. Zhang Yunqing said with a sudden realization, after you mentioned it like this, why do I feel that a company is just like a person's life? It is destined to die from the day it is born. Every day it grows, it is one day closer to bankruptcy. Zhao Manfu said, I think you both mean the same thing, but people usually don't think about the issue by linking the life and death of an enterprise with the life and death of mankind. Come on, the food and drinks are already here, let's get something to eat first. The three of them exchanged cups and cups for a while, and the atmosphere became more lively. Zhang Yunqing continued the discussion just now, if people must die, companies must also die. Then what is the meaning of our human lives? What is the meaning of the existence of companies? Zhou Wenqing replied, your question is too big. I estimate that 100 people might have 200 answers. For me, the meaning of life is not to worry about food and clothing, and to be happy. The meaning of the existence of the enterprise is to allow more people to realize the dream of being comfortable and comfortable with clothing. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhou's answer should be more in line with the public's taste. What is the answer from our interview with Mr. Zhao? Zhao Manfu laughed and said, oh, it's so formal, and I still need to do an interview. Since you have interviewed me, should I give a more formal answer? The two said in unison, of course. Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then replied, the meaning of human life, historically speaking, is to reproduce future generations and promote the development of society from low-end to high-end. Personally, it is possible for everyone to understand themselves. The meaning of living is different. For example, some people live to make others live better, some people live to take revenge, some people live to make more money and spend more money. The cycle is endless. Some people live to raise more descendants and make them stronger than their own generation, some people live to pursue immortality. Do you think this is true? Zhou Wenqing replied, that's the truth, but why does it always feel weird? Zhao Manfu replied, I don't know why it feels weird. It's because you may not be able to understand things you have never experienced. You always judge everything in the world based on your own cognition, and in many cases, maybe we simply make wrong judgments. Misjudgments are often not terrible. What is more terrible is that we do not think that we will make mistakes from the bottom of our hearts. We always think that we are right and others are wrong, and we always go with a whining perspective. Looking at other things causes our judgments to sometimes be so casual and further away from the truth. Zhang Yunqing said, it makes sense to say so. The problem is that most of us will make mistakes, and few of us can get it all right. So the world is developing more and more complexly in a complex environment. I can't understand it more and more. Zhao Manfu continued, Yunqing's understanding makes sense. You think it is so complicated for individuals. So for an enterprise, there are many people in it, so the development of this enterprise depends on its own. Isn't it very complicated? Zhang Yunqing said, yes, the complexity of the enterprise is understandable. Zhao Manfu said, then what is the meaning of the existence of an enterprise? We can start with the foundation of the existence of an enterprise. The basis for the existence of an enterprise is that it must first have people, including shareholders, employees, investors, etc. When these people interact with this company, they actually have something to say. For example, Yun Qing, you came to work in Western Construction, do you have any requirements for the company? Zhang Yunqing replied seriously, yes, I hope to give me a higher salary and give me more bonuses. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, your request has been made clear. Wenqing, where is your request for Western architecture? Zhou Wenqing replied, let me take care of a few more big projects and make more money. By the way, Mr. Zhao, do you have any requests for Western architecture? Zhao Manfu replied, yes, of course I have a request. My initial request was to come to Western Construction, learn the management techniques of Western Construction, and then go back to serve my family business and make the family business develop better. Zhang Yunqing replied, listen, Mr. Zhao's request is much nobler than ours. It feels the same. Zhao Manfu laughed and scolded, noble man, these demands are peeled off, and their final demands are still the same for me as your demands. The difference is that I can choose to realize them in Western architecture. I just want to go back to the original family business to fulfill my request. Zhang Yunqing picked up the wine glass and shouted, okay, for the three of us to express the same request, let's have a drink. After the three people drank a glass of beer, they each filled up their own glasses. Zhao Manfu continued his analysis, I just mentioned that people in the company have demands, right? There are many people in the enterprise and there are many types. For example, there are those with high academic qualifications and those with low academic qualifications, there are those who are older and those who are younger, there are those who have rich work experience and those who are new to the job, there are those who are deep in education and those who are shallow, in short, there are all kinds of people from all walks of life. It may be mixed in. As the saying goes, there are hundreds of people in all shapes and sizes. Various types of people have different demands for enterprises. Take our Western architecture as an example. Nowadays, there are hundreds of people in the company, and there are already at least a few of various types. When there are too many people, there will be so-called difficulty in reconciling one's opinions. So, if our Western architecture wants to develop, we must retain more talents. What should we do? I understand this, and it is also the meaning of the existence of our Western construction companies. The significance of the existence of Western construction companies is to meet the country's needs for the company, the boss's needs for the company, and the various needs of the company's employees. Among them, the most basic and wide-ranging needs are to meet the needs of the company's employees. Income needs. Therefore, all policies formulated by Western construction companies are based on this demand. The meaning of enterprise existence is both complex and simple. Zhang Yunqing asked, well, I seem to understand a little bit. Mr. Zhao, you mentioned the boss's needs for the company. What needs does she have? Zhao Manfu said, on the surface, the boss's needs for the company are nothing more than to get enough social reputation and status to be admired by others, to get enough money for himself to squander, and to leave his mark in this real world. A masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation, leaving an indelible mark, etc. It is said that Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhou Wenqing returned to the Nanshan project department together after a meeting in Kyoto. Song Xiaoshan, the production manager of the Cheongshan Bowen project department, had something urgent in the project department and could not wait for everyone to return to the Nanhai area together. Zhao Manfu organized a short meeting for all the managers of the project department the next morning, and conveyed the key points of the meeting in the business department to everyone at the meeting. After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing organized a meeting between Yu Dongjin and Li Xishuan from the Ministry of Commerce, and arranged for Yu Dongjin to enter the cost engineering quantities into the inventory measurement software for the upper quotation to form a data file for the upper progress payment declaration, and arranged for Li Xishuan to continue the verification and inspection. The bid clearance report and supporting documents that have been submitted for review. After Yu Dongjin organized the progress payment declaration data files, and after joint review and approval by Zhou Wenqing, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhao Manfu, she submitted the electronic files to Qin Wenhao, the cost manager of Huatai, the general contractor. Qin Wenhao said that Western Construction is one company, and there are two other companies that must also report to them, and then combine them with their own progress payment data before they can be reported to the construction unit. Yu Dongjin asked Tan Wenhao which two other families they were and when they would be able to report them. Tan Wenhao's answer was that Yu Dongjin had just arrived and might not understand the situation, so he asked her to come back to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing knew the situation and knew the situation. Contact person. After Yu Dongjin returned to the project department, she found Zhou Wenqing and said, "Mr. Zhou, when I just handed over our progress payment declaration documents to Huatai cost manager Qin Wenhao, he said that he would have to wait for the progress payment declaration documents from both companies to be given to him. Being able to really put it together and report." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Qin Wenhao is right, the garden landscape of our project is divided into 3 bidding sections, one of which is our Western architecture. The second bidding section belongs to Daedatong Company, and its project manager is Zhuang Jiren. This is his phone number, please record it. The third bidding section belongs to Fuxian Company, and its project manager is Yu Linfei. This is his phone number, please record it. Oh, by the way, the original leader of Yu Linfei was Song Ziyuan, the president of our business unit." Yu Dongjin asked curiously, "Where are Mr. Song and Yu Linfei's colleagues?" Zhou Wenqing explained, "Mr. Song used to work for Western Construction, but he went out to work alone in partnership with Fuxian Company, and when he was at Fuxian Company, Mr. Song also came to our project department, but at that time, he was only in the third bid section where Lin Fei was. Later, our company's boss Byte invited Mr. Song to come back and work with Western Construction due to the rapid development of his business." Yu Dongjin replied, "Yes, I understand. We are not familiar with their second and third bids at the beginning. Could you please urge them to submit the progress payment documents to Qin Wenhao, the cost manager of Huatai, the general contractor unit?" Zhou Wenqing replied simply and neatly, "It's not necessary. You always have to contact them. Just call them and tell them directly. If you have any questions, just ask them to contact me." After Yu Dongjin returned to her office, she called Zhuang Jiren of Daotong Company of the second bidding section and Yu Linfei of Fuxian Company of the third bidding section, urging them to promptly submit the progress payment declaration documents for their own bidding sections, and clearly told them that it had affected Western Construction's progress payment declaration process has been updated, because the general contractor must collect everyone's progress payment declaration documents before they can compile a monthly progress payment declaration to the builder. Both families promised to report within a few days. Yu Dongjin reported this situation to Zhang Yunqing in a timely manner. After listening to Yu Dongjin's briefing, Zhang Yunqing arranged, "You should contact both of them every 2 or 3 days to confirm. We can't let them seriously hinder our progress payment declaration." Yu Dongjin replied, "Their companies are not as big as ours, are we still afraid of his delay?" Zhang Yunqing explained patiently, "This is not a question of who can afford to delay, but that as managers of the project department, we have the responsibility and obligation to ensure that the company can pay back the money as soon as possible. Any company needs to pay back in time. Otherwise, no matter how big a company is, it may be dragged to death." Yu Dongjin agreed, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand. I will urge them both to leave every 2 or 3 days." Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing and asked Zhang Yunqing to go to his office. Zhang Yunqing arrived at Zhao Manfu's office and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what's the matter with calling me here?" Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "I called you here, of course I have something to do." Zhang Yunqing, "What is it? Looking at you smiling like this, it seems like a good thing." Just now Hua Bai called and said, "The company's senior management has connections in Nanhai. Tomorrow we will organize people to go to Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital for an on-site inspection. Our company needs to participate in the bidding for the landscape engineering of this project." Zhang Yunqing replied, "If the company is bidding, why should we contact our project department?" Zhao Manfu criticized, You, why can't you be more enlightened? Let me ask you, if you win the bid, who will manage the company? Zhang Yunqing replied, if the management site is divided according to the principle of area, theoretically after winning the bid, it will be allocated to your area for management. Zhao Manfu replied, that's right. So, you have to understand that this will definitely require the cooperation of people in our area during the bidding process. Zhang Yunqing asked, then who should we arrange for cooperation? Zhao Manfu replied, I have thought about it. You and I will go there in the area, and Yu Xingjie, who is purchasing seedlings from the project department, will also go. Mr. Hua said that the boss's third brother by Jiang Wen is coming, and asked Yu Xingjie by name. Accompany the inspection. Yu Xingjie often goes to inspect seedlings, and he is also good at organizing these inspections. I have told Zhou Wenqing that Yu Xingjie should borrow some money from Tang Ying of the project department and prepare 2 cars to go to Tanghai Bay for inspection tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing asked, if I want to go see the site, are there any relevant bidding documents, drawings, bidding lists, etc.? Zhao Manfu said, you may want to ask Hua Bai about this matter. He didn't tell me this. While they were chatting, Hua Baiyun called Zhang Yunqing. After answering the phone, Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Hua, what are your instructions? Hua Baibai said on the phone, Yunqing, I am going to Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital for an on-site inspection tomorrow. Has Mr. Zhao arranged it for you? Zhang Yunqing replied, the arrangements have been made, but now your eyes are dark. Hua Baibai asked on the phone in confusion, what did you say? Zhang Yunqing remembered that there might be a problem with dialect differences, so he said again, I just don't know anything now. I don't know what needs to be investigated. Hua Baibai replied, I am making this call to you now, that is, to communicate with you and implement this matter. Zhang Yunqing said, oh, then, Mr. Hua, please tell me. Hua Baibai then arranged for Zhang Yunqing to say, this bidding for Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital is a gardening and landscape engineering bidding. It is divided into 3 bidding sections, each of which is nearly 200,000 square meters and costs about 100 million per bidding section. The total cost of each bid section is 300 million. The design unit already exists, but the builder needs to recruit a garden landscape company with relatively strong comprehensive strength on the market. The winning construction unit needs to improve the landscape effect of the original design drawing. Our company has a natural advantage in this regard. I have arranged the specific bidding documents for Lin Yiping and asked him to send them to you. When you and Mr. Zhao go to the site for inspection, you must pay attention to the special conditions and floor materials of the project location. Get the price back. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua, I understand. We will pay special attention to the special conditions of the project location after we go to the site. If it is just the condition of the ground materials, it will not be easy to complete it in a day or 2. Hua Baibai said, instead of letting you 2 personally touch the floor material price, you can flexibly arrange suitable people in your area to investigate the situation, as long as the time can meet our bid for gross profit analysis. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. Then I'll just ask Lin Yiping for the documents. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Hua Baibai to end the call, he dialed Lin Yiping's phone. Gong Lin, is it convenient to talk now? Lin Yiping smiled and said, it's convenient, I was just about to call you, and your call came. Zhang Yunqing asked, are you planning to talk about the bidding for Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital? Lin Yiping replied, yes. I have packaged and sent the bidding documents and bidding drawings of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital to your QQ mailbox. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I will download it right away and take a look. After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Lin Yiping, he went to his QQ mailbox and downloaded all the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital bidding documents sent by Lin Yiping. He studied them carefully for several hours, and at the same time printed out the general floor plan and the seedling configuration tables for the 3 bid sections. 6 copies were taken out for later use. A group of 6 people, namely by Jiang Wen, the third brother of the chairman, Zhao Manfu, vice president of production of the area, Zhang Yunqing, the person in charge of operation of the area, Yu Xingjie, who purchased seedlings for the Nanshan project, and 2 seedling experts from the Nanhai region, arrived at the site of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital together. Zhang Yunqing sent a copy of the printed general floor plan and seedling configuration list to everyone. Since this bidding did not organize a unified on-site survey, the 6 people could only go to the site according to the contents of the general plan to check the boundary line of the project location and inspect the height difference, soil quality, and hydrology of the site area. Conditions, building layout, road traffic conditions, original ecological plant conditions, etc. After walking around the scene for a few times, the 6 of them found a relatively shady place, sat down, and started a simple discussion. Bai Jiangwen, the 3rd brother of the chairman, said, "Thank you so much for coming to Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital today for an on-site inspection. I just walked around the site several times. Please express your opinions." Seedling Expert 1 said, "Mr. Bai, the area inspected this time covers a total area of nearly 600,000 square meters. The scenery here is beautiful and the climate is pleasant. It is a place suitable for the elderly to recuperate. According to visual estimates, roughly half of the area, which is 300,000 square meters, is a complete beach or sandy land near the seaside. The easiest thing to grow in this sea sand is casuarina, and the ground cover is the thick green-leafed vine that can be seen everywhere. Both plants are very tenacious and can grow in sea sand and salty soil." Seedling Expert 2 said, "I carefully looked at the seedling configuration table printed by Zhang Gong. I have done a deep study of the seedlings in our South China Sea area. As for the seedlings in the north, sometimes for comparison, I also made a rough familiarize yourself with and research the work. According to my personal understanding, the arrangement of seedlings this time is completely based on the thinking of northerners. Originally, it was easier for seedlings from the north to grow in the south, and the survival rate was not low, but now it seems that there is something special. The teacher just said that in the scope of our inspection, at least half it is the salt soil of sea sand. Based on my work experience and the soil conditions in this area of the site, I judged that the soil in the construction area this time is basically sea sand and salt soil, which is not suitable for planting plants at all. If you must plant plants, especially those northern plants on the seedling configuration table, the soil must be treated." After hearing what the 2 experts said, Zhao Manfu seemed nervous and asked, "I haven't been exposed to this matter of sea sand and salt soil. What if we don't know this situation and plant plants there?" Seedling Expert 2 smiled and replied, "Mr. Zhao, if unfortunately we plant it directly, all the plants will die and none of them will survive." After hearing this, Zhao Manfu was shocked and said, "Ah, is it so serious? Mr. Bai, does our company have any experience in growing plants on the salty soil of this sea sand before?" Bai Jiangwen smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, don't be nervous first. There is no solution to this matter. In the past, when our company planted plants in the sandy soil by the sea, all the plants were killed. Later, after consulting experts for analysis, provided suggestions to the construction unit, carried out salt discharge design and soil replacement treatment, and then planted seedlings according to the design." Zhao Manfu asked, "What was the survival rate of the seedlings later?" Bai Jiangwen said, "Maybe this is my first time doing it, and the technique is still not good enough. According to statistics, the survival rate of the trees has reached 80%, and the survival rate of the ground cover is basically not affected." Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie added, "Based on the current situation, there is no way for the existing plants in this project to survive without changing the soil. Therefore, it is necessary to consider this preservation when bidding and quoting. There will be expenses for soil replacement." Zhang Yunqing continued what Yu Xingjie said, "The current set of drawings does not mention the matter of soil replacement. If the cost of soil replacement is to be considered, our total cost will be at least this huge amount higher than that of our competitors." Cost. Assuming that the soil is replaced 1 meter thick and half of the area is greened, it will cost 300,000 square meters of soil, at least 40 yuan per square meter, and our total cost will be at least 12 million yuan more. Since I don't understand salt removal, I haven't estimated how much salt removal will increase the cost. Bai Jiangwen said, salt discharge can be roughly considered based on gravel that is 30 to 40 centimeters thick. Zhang Yunqing replied, based on the calculation of 40 kilometers of gravel for the time being, 120,000 cubic meters of gravel is at least 100 yuan per cubic meter, which means that it will cost at least 12 million yuan. Bai Jiangwen arranged for Zhao Manfu to say, Mr. Zhao, this project is related to my brother-in-law Qianzheng, and it should be very reliable. The boss attaches great importance to this project. According to normal operations, the relevant departments within the company will take the lead of the bidding department, convene a pre-bid meeting. The special thing this time is that the boss has made it clear that he will personally participate in the pre-bid meeting for this project. After hearing Bai Jiangwen's expression, Zhao Manfu knew how much the boss's family attached importance to this project. In order to avoid unnecessary mistakes in future work, he quickly asked Bai Jiangwen for advice. Mr. Bai, I have been in the company for a relatively long time. Short, you are not familiar with what you need to prepare for this pre-bid meeting? Please ask Mr. Bai for guidance. After hearing Zhao Manfu's question, Bai Jiangwen replied unhurriedly, there is nothing special. The company's pre-bid meetings all have routines. When it comes to it, you just make preparations according to the requirements of the bidding department. Just remind you. The reason is that I hope you can pay attention to it and make sufficient preparations so as not to anger the boss and make everyone unable to step down. The on-site inspection of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital concluded successfully. After Zhao Manfu listened to Bai Jiangwen's official explanation, he shut up and said nothing more. Bai Jiangwen and two seedling experts returned to Kyoto, while Yu Xingjie, Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu returned to the Nanshan project department. After Yu Dongjin saw Zhang Yunqing return to the office, she came over to report and ask for instructions. Mr. Zhang, our project department's fund plan has been fully approved, and the company's finance department has informed that suppliers can provide invoices and go through the payment process. Zhang Yunqing agreed, oh, that's good news. We can finally go through the payment process. Yu Dongjin continued the report, but Fang Xian, the steel structure manufacturer in our project department, and Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction labor team, have both come to me and said that they can't issue invoices these days. Zhang Yunqing replied, then if you tell them no, if you can't issue an invoice, the company will not agree to pay them. Yu Dongjin replied, I have emphasized this to them many times. Zhang Yunqing said, I just emphasized that the responsibility for not being able to pay them lies with them, not us. Yu Dongjin replied, that's what they said, but the two of them said that the responsibility lies with them, but if they can't get the project money, they really don't have the money to continue to support the work of rushing for workers. I also hope that the company can help solve the problem. Zhang Yunqing asked, have you reported this matter to project manager Zhou Wenqing? Yu Dongjin replied, have you reported it? Then what is Mr. Zhou Wenqing's opinion? Mr. Zhou Wenqing's opinion can also help the next party solve the payment problem. Otherwise, the next party may really not have the money to continue to rush for work. This will seriously affect the abnormal rush for work of the project. Mr. Zhou, what he said makes sense. If we ignore him, then it is really possible for the next company to stop grabbing jobs. Mr. Zhang, I also think that if they can't get the money, they really won't be able to grab it. It's also difficult to handle. After all, the company has repeatedly asked for payment on the premise that an invoice must be provided. Let the two of them make a report and explain clearly why they cannot provide invoices, when they can provide additional invoices, and promise that if the invoice problem is not solved this time, all future payments will be deferred, and the rush for work will not be stopped. Normal payments cannot be resumed until the issue of the unprovided invoice is resolved. Then I'll notify these two families now to file a report. Okay, please arrange for them to hurry up. The rush for work on the project must not stop. Okay, I'll call them now to inform them. After more than 10 minutes, the two companies brought the report documents to the project department. Fong Xian, a steel structure manufacturer, personally came to Zhang Yunqing to explain the invoice matter. Mr. Zhang, my invoice cannot be issued because it is near the end of the month and the invoices originally purchased have been used up. The tax department must wait until the end of the month has passed before the tax department can sell the goods. Give us the new invoice. Zhang Yunqing replied, there are still such regulations. I am not familiar with tax work, so don't lie to me. Fong Xian was slightly anxious and said, Mr. Zhang, you must believe me. There is really no need for me to lie to you. You can pay after issuing an invoice. This is something that is beneficial to me. How could I not issue an invoice? That's the truth, right? Zhang Yunqing, that's the truth. Did you write all this clearly in your report? Fong Xian replied, Mr. Zhang, please review my report document and see if there is anything that needs to be modified. Zhang Yunqing took it over, looked at it, and said, I think it's made clear. No need to modify it anymore. Zhang Yunqing said to Dongjin, our company currently does not have a specific signing and approval process for this report document. I want it to be signed by 4 people, the business director of the project department plus the project manager plus the area operation leader plus the area production vice president. If you don't agree, we'll discuss it again or ask the finance department for advice on who needs to sign. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, then I'll sign my name first. Where is Xia Huyue's report? Zhang Yunqing replied, I haven't read Xia Huyue's report yet. Yu Dongjin replied, Xia Huyue's report document is here. Did you review it together by the way? After Zhang Yunqing took the report document handed over by Yu Dongjin and looked at it carefully, he said, Xia Huyue's report document is fine. There is no need to modify it. Just sign it and leave. After Yu Dongjin signed her name, she went to the project manager Zhou Wenqing to sign, and then came back to Zhang Yunqing to sign. After Zhang Yunqing finished signing, he arranged for Yu Dongjin to say, Wu and their 2 bosses go to Mr. Zhao Manfu to sign. If you need an explanation from their 2 bosses, just ask them to explain it by the way. If there are indeed other questions, please tell them in time. Call me and ask me to come over. After Yu Dongjin said, yes, she took Fong Xian and Xia Huyue to find Zhao Manfu to sign. After Zhao Manfu read the 2 people's reports, he briefly chatted with the 3 about the relevant contents. After he understood the situation clearly, he signed his name on the report. Yu Dongjin took out Zhao Manfu's report with the signed report document and said to the 2 of them, Boss Fong and Boss Xia, all the signatures on your report in the area have been completed. The rest is after I scan the document. Find the business department and the finance department. It's useless for us to guard me here. You can go back and arrange the work of the project department. If there is any situation here, I will notify you in time. After listening to what Yu Dongjin said, the 2 expressed their understanding and asked Yu Dongjin to try to handle the matter as smoothly as possible so that the company could truly understand their difficulties in providing invoices and provide support in payment. After Yu Dongjin scanned the outstanding invoice reports of Fong Xian and Xia Huyue, she sent the QQ offline file to Lin Yiping in the business department. Then Yu Dongjin called and asked Lin Yiping to help coordinate with the finance department. Lin Yiping went to the relevant leaders of the finance department with 2 reports on invoices owed. Basically, the reply was that it was against company policy and that payment could only be made after invoices were provided. With no other choice, Lin Yiping had no choice but to line up at the door of the office of Feng Shirlan, the head of the financial center, and waited for 3 hours before seeing Feng Shirlan. Feng Shirlan asked anxiously, Xiao Lin, what do you want from me? I'm going to have an emergency meeting called by my boss right away. Lin Yiping said hurriedly, Mr. Feng, I have been waiting for you for 3 hours. My matter will be resolved in 2 minutes. Feng Shirlan looked at her watch and said, "Okay, within 2 minutes." Lin Yipingui reported, "These 2 reports were made by 2 suppliers of the Nanshan project who are rushing to work. The central meaning is that they are unable to provide invoices due to the tax bureau. If you want to pay first, you will provide invoices as soon as possible when conditions are met. I started with the financial contact person Tang Yulan, and then went to Ma Jing and Xue Xue. They both said they couldn't make the decision, so I had to ask you for support." After listening to Lin Yiping's appeal, Feng Shirlan replied, "If the project department really wants to handle it in this way to ensure the rush for the project, just ask Song Ziyuan, the president of your business unit, to sign it and submit it to the finance department for filing." After Feng Shirlan finished speaking, she left the office for the meeting. Lin Yiping had no choice but to go back to the business department to find Song Ziyuan to sign. Song Ziyuan arranged this matter involving funds and asked Hua Baiyi to sign before asking him to sign. After Lin Yiping went to Hua Centenary's office, Hua Centenary Hui reported, "Mr. Hua, this errand work is too difficult." After Hua Baibai put down his work, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiaolin, did you encounter any difficulties?" Lin Yiping explained, "Here are 2 report documents for the Nanshan project that owe invoices and want to apply for payment. The signatures have been signed by the Vice President of Production, Zhao Manfu. It took me almost a day just to run today, and I still haven't done it well." Hua Baibai said, "Don't be impatient. Speak slowly. Only when you have a clear understanding can you know how to handle it. Tell me, who did you find and what was your conclusion?" Lin Yiping said, "I have found all the people related to payment in the finance department, and I have found Tang Yulan, Ma Jing, and Xue Xue. They said that there is no precedent for this matter and they can't handle it. So I had to wait for Feng Shirlan and Feng Xue. Mr. Feng, there were a lot of people there, I waited in line for 3 hours to meet him, but Mr. Feng had to rush to a meeting and only gave me 2 minutes to explain the matter." After Lin Yiping finished speaking, it was obvious that she was no longer in a good mood. Hua Baibai comforted her and said, "Don't worry. After you calm down, you can tell me what Mr. Feng's opinion is." After Lin Yiping calmed down for a few minutes, she finally calmed down a bit, and then continued, "Mr. Feng's opinion is that if the payment must be made according to the project department's advice due to special circumstances, the signature of Mr. Song of the business department is required." After Hua Baibai listened and thought for a while, he picked up a pen and signed a line at the end of the 2 reports. "The Nanshan project is a project that is being rushed for work. This report is true. We agree to pay the project fee even if the invoice is owed. I sincerely ask for the support of the finance department. Spend 100 years. After signing, he handed the report to Lin Yiping and arranged, according to Mr. Feng's request. If Mr. Song's signature is required, words like this will definitely require my signature in advance. Take it to Mr. Song. If you still have different opinions, please call me in time. Thanks a lot." After Lin Yiping took the report document signed by Hua Baibai, she went directly to Song Ziyuan's office. After Song Ziyuan briefly understood the situation, he signed his name at the end of the 2 report documents on outstanding invoices. Lin Yiping returned to her workstation, scanned the signed and approved versions of the 2 outstanding invoice report documents, sent a QQ offline file to Yu Dongjin, and called to communicate, "Yu Gong, these 2 reports of your project, I searched all the finance-related leaders, and finally found the head of the financial center, Mr. Feng Shirlan. She asked Mr. Song to sign. Now that everything has been signed, please use this report document as an attachment to their 2 payment documents." Yu Dongjin happily replied on the phone, "Yes, I understand, thank you Lin Gong." After ending the call with Lin Yiping, Yu Dongjin promptly informed Fang Xian, Xia Hoyue, Zhou Wenqing, Zhang Yunqing and others that the 2 reports on outstanding invoices had been approved. Yu Dongjin has collected and sorted out all the payment information of the project department, and prepared the payment information handover form according to the requirements of the finance department. After signing it herself, she found a courier company to send the payment information to Lin Yiping of the business department. 2 days later, Lin Yiping transferred the payment information received for the Nanshan project to Tang Yulan from the finance department. But Tang Yulan took out the payment information for the invoices owed by the two companies, saying that these two companies could not pay. Lin Yiping had no choice but to explain, "Sister Tang, I came to you specifically for the reports from these two companies a few days ago. Do you still have any impressions?" Tang Yulan replied, "I have a bit of an impression. I don't remember that I told you that you couldn't pay, because there was no such precedent." Lin Yiping replied, "Yes. Then I approached Ma Jing, Xue Xue, and finally Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng said that if I want to pay, I need the signature of Mr. Song of the business department. You see, this is what Mr. Song has already signed. Owed invoice report." Tang Yulan replied, "Yes, I saw it, but I didn't receive a notification from the leader of the finance department. What should I do?" Lin Yiping, "Can I trouble you to ask your superior Ma Jing?"